What time is it?
5:30, sir.
No, it's time to close out Sunshine State, my friends. I'm here with my pal Chuck Dixon, and we're going to talk some comics today. Classic comic strips, and those things that inspired Sunshine State. We'll probably have some other friends popping in throughout the evening, but hope you guys will all be here and back this book. And because it's closing out tonight, there is no in demand. It was a 30-day lightning campaign, so this is your only chance. So the link is in the chat there, so you can use that. Let's say hey to who's here. JS is here. Who are on the Steadfast, Creative Faye, Stealth X5, Marcus Kelligrew. He put the link in there for you. He also says, "Hey Chuck."
Hey Marcus.
All right.
Yeah, you need to order this book. I think I ordered it twice. I'm not sure.
Oh, good. Well, it's the kind of book you can
I couldn't remember whether I ordered it or not. I was going to order it again.
Now, you're the kind of backer I like.
There you go. You're the forgetful.
The ones that forget that they ordered it, so they order it again.
They're forgetful and loose with their money. That's the kind of guy Graham likes to hang out with.
That's right.
He goes through the sofa cushions after everybody's left. So
yeah, to get my DC royalties.
There you go.
Actually, my Marvel royalties.
Yeah. No, the Marvel royalties, you have to search along the curb along the street to get them.
Yeah, I got one with a 3-page list, and it came out to $12.42.
I still get checks, and I don't know if you've seen what they do. They'll split the statement up amongst checks, and you'll get one check, and the rest of them will just say 0.
Oh, really?
And I had a stack of like 25 of them.
This is from Marvel?
I had to open these things, and it was $137.
Oh, wow. Well, I get mine directly deposited, so.
Yeah, well, I like the idea that they actually have to spend money to mail it to me. So I haven't opted for that.
Oh, that's great.
Plus, I like going to the bank with a check that has Mickey Mouse on it. So.
Do they have Mickey Mouse on the checks now?
Yeah. I always say, hey, it's another Mickey Mouse check, in both literally and figuratively.
Well, they used to have Spider-Man on it.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, Ramita Spider-Man.
Yeah, the Ramita Spider-Man. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. Those were kind of cool.
Somebody asked me recently what the difference was between DC and Marvel royalties. And I said, well, Marvel royalties are you get to park at Disney World for the day, and DC royalties are you can spend a month there.
That's not exactly wrong either.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
Hey, we got a friend of ours that just popped in, Anthony Gonzalez Clark.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
Work, Clark.
I know. Yeah, so much work to do.
But he's a gamer. He's out here supporting the independence. Hey,
yeah,
Andrew Gonzalez.
Sure.
Copy. Awesome.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. I got this. I'm like, I was like, yeah, I could read this to my kids too. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I was going to say, because I've read through them. I get it. I've been, subscribed to that newsletter, the Monday thing.
Yep.
It. And I've had that, and I'm like, yeah, this will be good for them.
Oh, absolutely. It's basically, it's an all ages thing, And one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight too is the types of strips before everything got so damn edgy. I had King Features interested in this strip at one point, and it got all the way up the ladder, and finally the president of King Features said no to it, and I asked why. They said it's not edgy enough.
Oh,
what that means is it's not liberal enough.
Yeah, because if you get too edgy, like Dilbert, you get kicked out of the newspaper.
Right. So there's a reason these newspapers are falling apart. That their circulation numbers are so down, and the comic strips, which were used to sell newspapers, they started shrinking them smaller and smaller because the newspapers hated the fact that the two first sections that anybody went to in a newspaper was not their prose, their writing. They went to sports and comics.
Yep.
And what they do, they started syndicating sports, not having it local, and the comics just got getting smaller and smaller on the page. So the artist could practically put nothing in there.
Yeah.
In the heyday, I've got some samples of stuff that I'm going to show everybody tonight. Just great comics. This is the kind of stuff that, and I want to hear what you guys love. The things that inspired Sunshine State. Let's just do a quick overview of the campaign for anybody who hasn't seen it. We're closing in on 20,000. We're
Wow.
165 dollars away from 2,000 or 20,000. So I call this book the little book that could, because I know it's not a wide appeal, especially to my market, the graphic novel market and all that kind of stuff. It's a very niche market for humor strips, but it's a wonderful aspect of the cartooning art form, and I love it. I've always wanted to do this thing, and I've done this now for over 10 years without making a penny practically. I just do it because I love the characters and I love the format. And so now I'm gonna try to monetize it and make a book out of it. And it's doing pretty good. So for a niche book, crowdfunding it, I'm very happy with the numbers and the backers. As I said, this is a kind of a lightning campaign. It was 30 days in, 30 and out. There's no in demand. I kept the perk levels very simple. The everything package is the ultimate. You get the signed book with a remark in it. You get the six drink coasters with each of the characters, and you get the next addition to the Compass Comics challenge coin as well. So that's the everything package. Then if you just want the book, you can get a signed book for $50 or a signed book with the remark for $75. It's pretty simple. There's not a ton of stuff here. Stretch goals. You're going to get a bookmark like I always do. And you also get a vinyl sticker of the Sunshine State logo. So all of that comes with every package.
Cool.
We got our cast of characters here. You can read about each one of them and understand them, and sample strips here to give you an idea of, the types of stories that I do. I do poetic stories like this one here. This Sunday is like an ode to Emily Dickinson and to sailing. And then there's straight up humor stuff, but the thing with Sunshine State is that the humor is all character driven. I never wanted to do a strip where you could take my gag and put it in Beetle Bailey,
right,
or vice versa. I wanted the gags to come, because I love Abbott and Costello and these old comedians that Jack Benny, for example. If you know the character of Jack Benny, when he's getting held up and the guy says, your money or your life, pal. And he hesitates and the guy says, did you hear me? Your money or your life? And Jack Benny goes, I'm thinking. It's funny because Jack Benny is a very cheap person. His character.
Like you said, it wouldn't work for any other character.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't work for Uncle Milty or something like that.
Right.
And so that's the kind of stuff I've been trying to do here. Whimsy, fun. Sometimes there's a little double entendre stuff, but it's nothing that's going to bother the kids.
They're Air Force jokes right over their heads.
I'm a character.
I started using that to my wife and everything. Like, oh yeah, this Toy Story is full of airplane jokes. Yeah, anyways, but yeah, that's why I heard that from you guys, and I was like, oh, I want to start using that. I'm like, yeah, whatever. in all those kids movies. But yeah.
I'm a character that appears in some of the strips, and the boys don't respect me, and that's part of the gags.
Why would they?
Why would they? How dare you? and then I also go off on adventures with my other IP. You know, like the boys have shown up on Monster Island a couple times.
Oh, that's cool.
And there's little stories of them where they meet Mac and Duke, and it's basically a lot of fun, guys. You know, so go out there and back this book. Again, it's closing down tonight. Here's the stuff. Here's the coasters. Here's the
When
challenge.
did you start drawing this again? Like, how long ago did you start drawing this?
I started drawing the character, the alligator, back in 1985, and I created strips, but it was called the Goobers, I think it was originally. It was really derivative. It was a family of alligators. There was anthropomorphic alligators. So you had a husband, a wife, and 2 kids or 3 kids, slice of life type thing. But it ran its course and was very derivative, and it didn't have a hook. And so around 2009, I dusted it off and came up with the buddy strip idea of 2 characters that are completely opposite, Mel the alligator and Dink the pelican. And then I brought in other characters as foils for them, like Paul the palmetto, who can't stand Dink, and Dink can't stand him ever since Paul stole Dink's TV remote. And then we have Liz, who has an unrequited love for Mel, and he's too dense to notice it. And then Hoover, the gopher tortoise, who has a shell that has a baby grand piano in it, and rooms that he lets out. You know, it's like Felix the cat's incredible bag. You know,
well, Snoopy's doghouse.
Snoopy's doghouse, right? Exactly.
So do we get to see like your first iteration in the book?
Yes.
In there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's going to be some of those original first strips in the book as well.
Oh, now, cool. Did Mel eat the original cast, or?
One of my favorite strips is where Mel meets Pennywise. You know, the title of the strip is Pennywise meets an apex predator. And Mel is walking along, and he's like, "Hey, you know, come over here." You know, you see Pennywise in the sewer. You know, he looks real scary, and he's got his balloons and everything. He says, "Would you like a balloon?" And he says, "What are you doing down there in the sewer?" He says, "I've been waiting for you, Melbourne Tea Gator." And he says, "That's it, a little closer." And then the next panel is you see Mel walking on the beach holding the balloons, and Dink is sitting at the bar, and he goes, "Hey, Mel, you want to come by for a bite to eat?" And he goes, "No, thanks, just had one." He's sort of a mini superhero for me.
See, these the strips are always funny, but I have the privilege. They're funnier to me because I know Graham. It's like, oh, I know where this came from.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, each one of the characters is an aspect of my own character. You know, so it's easy to write for them. You know, I can say, okay, like Dink is really progressive as far as like he loves technology and that kind of stuff, and I like that stuff too. But Mel, you know, he's an alligator. He hasn't, you know, they haven't changed in 50 million years, so he doesn't like that kind of stuff. You know, he likes to just chill. You know, have his cigars and his drinks. That's me too. You know. So
yeah. No, yeah, I could see it there. It's just like I'll read when I read like Andrew Klavan, I'll read one of his books, and I'm like, this sounds just like Andrew. And then the same thing when I'm reading your stuff, and I could see, you know, which one's you or something like that in it,
right?
In the book,
yeah.
You know, same thing with you, Chuck. It's like, or you know, something's coming out. Yeah, that's cool.
So let's. I don't know if you guys brought along any strips you wanted to share.
I didn't bring any along.
But
homework.
You did. Oh, chewing gum in line.
Yeah, I didn't bring enough for everyone.
Well, it's like mostly with you guys, with what you've shown me in the I've told you guys this before. Like I've just like all of a sudden just like a whole new world, you know, a whole new thing about comic books where I was like, I've been doing comic books wrong, like ever since when I was like listening. This was like back like what 2020, 2021. whenever you guys started like just unloading all your videos. Now you guys are doing your YouTube channel and like talking about all this stuff, and then like I relearned everything about like I thought I knew about doing comics. And so anything you guys will bring up, it's like Dick Tracy, Little Lulu. I mean, like anything, or Dennis the Men. I mean, I'm just trying to think of all these the strips and stuff that I've gotten, and then like also like the Donald Duck comics. But I don't know if was that newspaper. That wasn't in the newspaper strips. These are specifically like Dick Tracy was in the was a newspaper, right? Was in that, right? It wasn't just comics, but right. Yeah. But it's like I keep thinking about like, well, the ones that like I was introduced to is the ones that you guys like introduced me to. So I'm like, I don't know which ones I'm going to bring. Maybe I like Pogo. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Well, I do have a Pogo strip.
Oh, you do?
Queued up here, and I'll go into that. But
yeah,
here let's pull up. Oh, where's my? There we go. At the stage, we'll start with the king of them all. You know, Roy Crane.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this guy's my jam. Him and E.C. Segar are my two favorite cartoonists. Popeye in particular. I just love that strip. And I love Buzz Sawyer. Monster Island, the whole Monster Island series was basically based on, you know, Mac and Duke is basically Buzz and Christy, you know, their relationship. I just love the naturalness of it and how he handled the writing of their relationship, from when she's sort of an unrequited love for Buzz, then they start to date, and then they eventually get married. They have a kid, and it just progresses really well.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of aviation strips for some reason recently, you know, and I read like 50 to 52 of Steve Canyon recently. I read some late 50s Johnny Hazard. I love them all. I love them all. And then I read that 5th volume of Buzz Sawyer.
Yeah,
this was the best one because the writing. There's a kidnapping story in that volume that you can't stop reading. You've got to know how it ends. It must have been excruciating for people reading it in daily installments.
Right.
But it's the best written, the best. Everything just comes together perfectly. I know, you know, Milton Caniff, he's a god and all that stuff, but Crane really, you know, he really knocked them dead every day.
Yeah. Yeah. He had a writer in the 5th edition, he had a writer that was writing most of the scripts, you know, but he would work with him on it. He would gather all the reference and stuff, and then the guy would write it. He was a novelist. I can't remember his name now. It's in the forward of the book. But you could tell these guys, you know, they really knew how to tell a story and how to create great characters. The thing too is for me, for Crane, is he tells the story visually from the human perspective. In other words, he tells it from our eye view. You know, he's not going to do a Neil Adams camera angle just to make the picture look dynamic or interesting. You know, so for me, when you're reading these things, it's very immersive because you can get into it because you're right there. It's from our perspective. But it's not boring. It's not just front views and side views. I mean, look at this panel at the bottom here with the African drum that the lamplight is on. You know, there's not really a lot of background, but there's just enough to tell you everything. And it's the perspective on the chairs. Everything is just so well done.
Well, another thing I noticed about him reading like the 5th volume, it occurred to me for the first time. I'm looking at it and I'm trying to imagine, what did this look like? What did this strip look like on a page of competing newspaper strips? And I realized, looking through the book, Crane was doing things in his compositions that I'll bet you was meant to draw your eyes to his strip first. And I've never seen anybody else consciously doing that. It had to be a conscious effort. And look at all the negative space in that top one.
Right.
If you saw that in a row of comic strips back in the day, your eye would have been immediately drawn to that panel.
Particularly because he uses the craft tint, so you have the gray tones, you know, that juxtapose against the white.
Yeah,
just beautiful. Here's another one.
Great.
This is a Sunday. The Sundays were basically Roscoe Sweeney stories. The dailies, followed Buzz, and then the Sundays followed Roscoe, and they were more humorous.
And they were all one-offs, right?
The Sundays?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they
Okay.
had continuing stories.
But it kind of looks like, even if this is part of a continuing story, I mean, I know I'm just glancing at it for the first time, but it looks like you get a complete something here. You get a complete segment here.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
there's a beginning, middle, and end to it.
There's like a little bit of a teaser here,
Yeah.
But yeah. Look at this panel here. You've got all your figures, and they're going back, overlapping each other for some perspective, and then you've got I don't know if it's a hot water tank or whatever that thing is back there, hooting and hollering. It's so great, and this too here.
Yeah, okay, so this was all like, I mean, yeah, it's hand lettered. But when where it says whoopa kaboo.
Oh yeah.
That right there, like that's like that whole thing, that's amazing. Like the way that they did that. Like I mean, on point and everything. This is crazy. Because I mean, like, yeah, this just that itself, like how clean the letters look and everything, and it just fits the art like perfectly. In the exclamation point with the little with the balloon, and it just
Well, I think Anthony hit on something here about how the word balloons, they're not perfect. You look at the little pointers, and some of them overlap, and they're odd shapes, and the same thing with the balloons, but they're very organic.
Yeah.
And the drawing's organic, so it doesn't look like a machine. Like nowadays, you get apps, to do the lettering and stuff like that, and everything is perfect. And if it doesn't match the style of the artwork, it definitely jumps out. I like this a lot. I love this panel right here.
That's what I'm saying. The natural poses. I mean, that's just so beautifully done.
Yeah, and it looks like he's pulling and pushing. You know what I mean? It looks like he's just rotating that thing. It looks nice. It just
yeah. What is it? Is that like a pipe cutter? I think it's a pipe cutter.
Yeah, it's a pipe cutter.
Yeah.
Oh.
And just that you would have a strip that would include a pipe cutter.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this shit. I mean, look at this second strip here with the water raining out in the ocean, and then the little figure.
That's what I mean. You would have to look at this panel first. You would have to look at that strip first.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just that water
going on there.
The ripples and everything, the lines, everything.
Yeah.
Damn.
And look at I like this one here where you've got the blackness of the water.
Yeah.
Framing the characters. And you've got the undulating waves in the background and stuff. There's such a great sense of motion too.
Well, look at that first panel. The bottom third of the panel is just ocean. It's perfect.
Which one? This one here?
The first panel, yeah. I mean, look at the way he composed that.
Yeah.
Look how it's going up, and then it's in the middle, and then it's down. It's just like the way it's.
Oh, good. That's a good point.
Yeah. That's something that like I'll do that. I'll do stuff like that throughout my comics where you just see either someone walking, you'll see the motion, I'll try to watch out for stuff like that. And that's awesome that Rick Crane was doing. I just think about all that kind of stuff. It's starting up, it's in the middle, and then you see the wave in the background go up behind them, and they're down there. Anyways, it just,
He's also, again, his camera point of view. He's telling the story from the water here. This whole strip is told as if you're in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
This one here, he takes a little liberties and gives you a bird's eye. But it's awesome. I mean, it's not an unusual angle for us to see.
Yeah. And it's slightly different. It's just like, it's slightly different from the other panels. Like he just did a front view like that, side view, and then he just goes up, has a little courage to draw an up high angle view, and that's awesome. And then the water, how it comes out like that, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's really beautiful stuff.
And I think that they put this much level of work and commitment, craft, and thought into what was essentially a throwaway medium, literally a throwaway medium.
Yeah.
What was he thinking?
Yeah, they
Like,
wrap fish in the newspapers, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Put it on the bottom of the birdcage.
Now, this next one, Anthony had mentioned Dick Tracy, and Chester Gould was a maniac. You know, I mean, some of his the violence in Dick Tracy is so amazingly over the top and wonderful, and then the torture sequences. Look at this thing. Only a madman would think of this as a death trap. You know, he's got Tracy chained down to the ground with these two big ice blocks. Then he sticks this spear through a piece of wood and puts weight on it. And then as the ice melts, this thing is going to push down through his heart.
And this would go on for weeks.
damn. I might. Wow.
Well, with like interstitial strips of Pat and Junior going, "Where's Dick? We can't find him."
Damn.
Why can't we find Dick?
And of course, this guy's going to pay for this eventually. You know, his head's going to get taken off by a bulldozer or something.
Yeah, and some of the bad guys met horrible ends too. I mean, wasn't it Flat Top?
He's crushed between two ships.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Yes, he falls, and his coat gets stuck or something on something, and this, it's like a guillotine, basically, just kind of like.
I just one of my favorite things in strips is Fearless Fosdick, which is a parody strip within Little Abner. It's Little Abner's favorite comic strip character,
Right.
And Cap is savagely satirizing Dick Tracy, but the problem is it's barely parody. I mean,
Right.
not all that different from what happened in the Dick Tracy strips.
It's just better drawn because Al Cap is really good. Well, here's another one. Look at this death trap. He's got Dick Tracy's legs tied up, right? And then a noose around his neck, and on the outside, that rope was going outside, and a dude is hanging from a window. So the guy's weight is pulling against Tracy's neck and basically strangling him. And if he can get the rope over his head, the guy dies. If he doesn't get it over his head, Tracy strangles. I mean, look at this.
damn.
2 lives at stake. What can either do?
Yeah, I
It
did
was
not.
a spin-off strip of Dick's chiropractor. So.
Yeah, I remember like a lot of like you think a lot like when you're younger, you're thinking that movies, like old movies, are like there's something I don't know, not I guess it's I don't know, I want you to say the word edgy, but there's nothing like really that cool about them or exciting or something like that. It's only new movies. Like you think about that when you're a kid, and then when I watched old films, some of the craziest, darkest plots or schemes or things that go on. I remember I went on just binging like just Billy Wilder films. I couldn't believe the topics he talked about and the things that he talked about and the jokes and the humor and the dark humor and all that kind of stuff. And then you see stuff like this in early American comic books that are just like, this is really thrilling. I mean, like this is like really interesting, intricate, thought out plots right here or situations like this. It's it's just unreal. Like
there's a documentary on Carl Laemmle, the guy who started Universal Studios, and what a trailblazer he was as far as a studio head and all that kind of stuff. And one of his early films, he kind of like gave Erich von Stroheim his start, right? And they showed this clip from this movie, like Stroheim. I'm not sure. I think he was like a German in World War I, and he's like beating up on this woman, and the woman's got a crying kid, and he takes the kid, picks it up out of the bassinet, and throws it out a window. And they're like on a 3rd-story window.
Wow.
It's incredibly powerful and disturbing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a William S. Hart Western from 1916 called Hell's Hinges, in which he feels wronged by the people of this town. and he managed to lock them all in their church and set it on fire.
Wow. Wow.
It was kind of an early silent version of High Plains Drifter.
Yeah. And Quentin Tarantino stole that idea too with the Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
Where
they got into some serious stuff back then.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like you think of things like where like C.S. Lewis, he had to get into the mind of a twisted demon, you know what I mean? Like in order to write Screw Tape Letters. He talks about how like hard it was and like how twisted and artful he had to be in his mind about where that book could go. I mean, it's like, I just think about that too. It's just like a lot of people don't really, they just kind of, they tap into like weird, but it's not like, there's nothing really like art, like nothing really, I don't know, telling about it. Like no one really kind of goes into the, almost like the philosophical God kind of quite like, morality thing. They don't go into that.
Right.
They just kind of go in. They just kind of stop at weird.
Yeah. There's no depth. There's no depth.
Yeah. No depth to it. Yeah.
Well, the actions, if they're shocking, have to have a reason. They have to have an emotional resonance to it. Like that Erich von Stroheim thing. You don't expect that, and it's so mind blowing when it happens. You're gasping. It's like, oh my God.
Right, and they make sure they invest you in the characters before it happens, because otherwise it's pointless.
Well, although with a baby, you don't have to. Investment. That's a pretty base base need there.
Yeah, that's why I don't like writing about children in jeopardy. It's just like that's so easy.
Yeah, exactly. This is another strip that I love. I've loved the strip since the 70s when it first came out. Broom Hilda by Russell Meyer. I love the style, the way he draws trees and stuff. This is an early one. This is the ones I really like because he was putting a lot more into it. His strip was bigger, but I just you can see Sunshine State in this, like how I'll render trees sometimes with sort of a weird, not realistically or not even. He puts it. I don't know how to explain. He puts a texture on them, which is really interesting.
Right.
That's really cool. Like I never thought that it's like you really do see how like cut off you are from a lot of different examples of work out there, especially with cartooning and stuff like this. Because once I had opportunities, opportunities would come up, and then I would always draw it. I would draw things in like someone needed a cartoon or someone needs something, a children's something, but I would always draw it in like my Joe Frankenstein style. You know what I mean? Like I would draw it like that, and people are like, well, we're kind of going for anyways, but I never really I didn't have this sort of like background in like collecting all of these different comics and stuff. I didn't have like a comic book friend. I didn't have all this stuff. So I was like slowly trying to, so it wasn't until like later I could have maybe, I see you are allowed to do this. Oh, you can go back and just kind of bring back your style a bit, and you can do this and mess around with that. And you hear all these examples. It's like really like a lot of people are just like, don't know what's out there and what they're capable of doing and like borrowing from, or you know what I mean? Like, or just being inspired to do. And like, I just see this here and it's like, oh yeah, I could have done something like this, or I didn't even think about that. You know, I just thought about it in one way or something,
That's the cool thing about is discovering this stuff, because it's endless. There's over 100 years of it for U.S. artists, and then you've got the Spaniards, you've got the Italians, you've got the South Americans, that are all doing amazing cartooning and stuff that you never see. Right. Look at what was the name of that strip? Asterix and Obelix.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or Tintin.
Or Spirou, Lucky Luke. I mean, that stuff's awesome.
I got Asterix. I got that. I got like 3. I found 3 of those books. I think one's like in French, one's in Italian, and one's in English, because I found them in like these Goodwill bins.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go there and they're like, I got them for like 50 cents, and they're like big hardcover books.
Yeah.
And just my kids and I would just look through them, because I can't reads French or anything, but it's just fun. Yeah, so that was interesting having some of those books. Yeah.
Here's another Russell Myers one. This is a more modern one, I think. She's a little more squat, but
yeah, it's definitely simplified. I'm surprised in the other strip they let him get away with drawing a toilet.
Yeah,
because they're so uptight.
Well, it was that one was 1973, I think.
Yeah, that's even more shocking.
Yeah.
I don't think 1973. I think they had just allowed you to start showing toilets on TV shows.
It was when? Wait, what?
They wouldn't let you show toilets in movies.
Hello.
Speaking of toilets.
Hey.
Speaking of sticking your head out of a toilet.
Yeah. I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
What's up, Andy?
How's it going, man?
It's going good.
Oh, the truth of a cartoonist right there in Broom Hilda.
Yeah, we're talking about some of the great cartoonists and the ones that inspire me and Sunshine State.
Yeah.
So we're working on Russell Myers right now. And then now we got to go to the main one, and that's Popeye. Oh, this shit. Comic strips is just what we want. We'll all subscribe to your paper. Comic cartoons is what we want. Ain't it funny how folks likes comics?
That's great.
And then there's this one here. A comic artist ain't no different than you or me or anybody, except he knows how to draw pictures and is crazy in the head. Yeah.
Now, don't forget, you got to share the screen differently.
You got to change it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. There you go.
There it is.
Comic artist ain't no different than you or me or anybody, except he knows how to draw pictures and crazy in the head. That's so.
It's so great.
Yeah.
And this is the Fletcher. What's his?
E.C. Segar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. He did the strip called Thimble Theater, and then he introduced Popeye as a character in it, and Popeye just sort of took the strip over.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah, Thimble Theater was going on for a few years before Popeye was introduced in 1929.
He initially killed him, and then the syndicate was like, "You got to bring this guy back to life."
Oh, really? Right. He got shot.
Yeah,
he got shot
a bunch of times.
There was a bird.
He was dead.
Yeah.
What was the bird? It was.
I can't remember.
There's some kind of bird that brought him back to life. It was this magical bird.
Oh man, I can't remember the name of the bird. It was the. It wasn't the whiff and poof. It was something sounded like
something like that.
Yeah. The wiffle hen.
Anybody in the chat knows.
It was the wiffle hen.
The wiffle hen.
Right. It had magical powers that brought him back to life.
Yep.
That's
and cool. It was a lot.
He was crazy in the head, but he was a genius.
And the stuff they could get away with back then in the 30s too,
yeah.
I mean, Roy Crane, when he was doing Wash Tubs and Captain Easy, he had them on adventures in like these South Seas tropical islands and had topless women.
Yeah.
In the strip.
Nice.
Right? I mean, when I was doing Rex Morgan, I had a sequence where she was undressing in front of her husband and talking to him about the day, Yes. So I showed her in her underwear, and these old biddies would write in and say, "How dare you make Rex Morgan have his wife being undressing in front of him?" I'm like, that poor husband of yours, lady.
Oh my God.
These are the same people who would write in whenever they would cancel Nancy.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I got in trouble because there was one that Tony wrote where the Phantom and his wife were up on this mountain, and there was like this hot water pool that they were sitting in, right? And so you're implied that they're naked in there, right? So there's one point where the steam is coming up between them, so it's covering her naughty bits, and the letters that came into King Features. This is a children's newspaper. We shouldn't be seeing. Well, what did you see? You saw smoke or steam coming up. That's what you saw. Quit putting your own filth in it, lady.
Jeez.
Right.
Oh, that's too much.
But one of the things that I do with Sunshine State is I occasionally have them go off on little adventures, and this is where I got that idea from. A humor strip that's character driven. and they could go off on adventures, and that's Popeye.
Right.
That's Popeye in a nutshell. You know, I love the strip, the Goon and the Sea Hag. This particular story is so classic. You know.
That's the Goon in the doorway, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember his name, but I totally recognize him. You like? Did you talk about Pogo? 'Cause you had to like Pogo, right?
Well,
Pogo?
I'm going. I do have Pogo queued up here. Let me see. Here we go.
So I was going to say that about Pogo. Pogo was the creation of sort of like a sort of to be the anti Lil Abner? Was that the history of it or no?
Well, I think that's what it became.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Al Cap was very conservative and Walt Kelly was very liberal.
Well, Walt Kelly was an anti-communist, which was kind of he was a useful idiot. He was a dupe. And he would have these thinly veiled criticisms of American policy.
Yes.
Thinly veiled because he didn't have the guts to just come out and say it. Cap would come out in Little Abner and just, drill down on his subjects, and you knew exactly who he was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly what he was talking about.
Well, just
Kelly would hide it behind all of this fancy prose and dialect and stuff.
Well, that's the thing that always turned me off was the dialect of these characters. It was hard to read, and then there was the politics of it. Visually, this is gorgeous. Former Disney animator, it's beautiful stuff.
Yeah,
but it's just to answer Andy's question, I was never influenced by it. Because I didn't like those things about it, but you can't help but admire the artwork for it.
Well, you can
see. I think I was talking more about the art because I'll be honest, I never read it, but I love the artwork. So
I read a lot of it when I was like in junior high because they would put out paperback collections, and I read it and I loved it, but I just grew to hate the subject matter I began to understand where this guy was coming from. And in recent years, I read a biography of John Stanley, who used to do Little Lulu at Dell. And when I read that John Stanley couldn't stand Walt Kelly, I was like, oh, okay, I'm justified, validated. But apparently, Walt Kelly was a womanizing son of a bitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
His wife was an animator, Selby Kelly.
Apparently he was a love him and leave him type, and I don't think his marriage meant a whole lot to him.
What book is that? What book did you read?
Oh God, it's a book about John Stanley. I can't remember what the name of it is. It's Fantagraphics put it out. It's a really good biography of him. That guy was a genius.
Yeah, I was thinking that Pogo seems to be famous, just like it's kind of like almost like kind of forced out there, kind of like in the it's like Denny O'Neill's Green Lantern.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like everybody always, says like, oh, how like you read. I was watching this guy do his like he was just talking about the history of the Green Lantern. He was talking about Denny O'Neill's and how positive the impact, how like people were responding to it. Like, but that's not what happened. I thought like that's not. No one liked it. No one.
I don't know. No one liked it.
But it keeps. But only
the reality of it is that if Neil Adams didn't draw it, you wouldn't be talking about it.
Right.
Yeah. It was beautiful looking, but it was a heavy-handed polemic.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. Like it was just. It was the New York Times liked it, or it was like the elite liked it.
Yeah,
what it was talking about. And that's why it got so famous. That's why it got so big, because of what it was. And yeah, so because that's why when you saw the contrast. Of what else was coming at that time? It was just you guys know better than me, but I just think about
the Spider-Man one where they did the drug issues.
Yeah, like I was trying to think of other political or I don't know, just something that.
Well, the Spider-Man one also didn't the Spider-Man one? What was the storyline where he was swinging in and the kids on campus were protesting and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was earlier. That was a Crisis on Campus.
But that was like okay.
But that was probably the same time as the Green Lantern stuff.
Yeah, but it was earlier.
It was earlier. Oh, really? They weren't hitting you over the head with it. I remember there was an issue with Daredevil where basically they showed the cops in a bad light. It was after the Chicago riots. And I remember writing in. I was like, doesn't the comics code say you have to show the police in a positive light? and I actually got a postcard back from Stan Lee. And it
Really?
said, we'll try to do better next time. Because he didn't write it. Gary Friedrich, who was a comic, he wrote it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because he took over writing Captain America.
Yeah.
You know, and it was terrible. It was all this.
Turned it into Easy Rider.
That's funny.
Let's see if we picked up any backers here. Shall we?
Come on, people.
Come on. Let's see what we got here. So we're
Gotta
at
crack that 20K nut.
Have we hit 20 yet?
Nah, well, not.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did.
Go.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Forget what I said, people. You're wonderful.
You
That's
are
right.
you are the apple of our eyes. Now remember, if we hit 25,000, Chuck and I are going to talk about Absolute Batman.
Oh.
So you know,
And
I
we might drink some Absolute.
I've got a lot of crap today because for some reason that thread from 5 months ago has reemerged, and you know, I'm just a piece of shit, and I shouldn't have any opinions about Bane, and you know, and I hurt their feelings because I didn't like something they liked, and you know,
yeah. Like I was talking to the local comic book store guy, and I was talking to him, and he said that a lot of people you're talking about. So the Absolute Batman is the new one, right? That's the newest one.
Yeah.
I've not read it. I have not checked it out, but he's saying that people are liking it. Like,
absolutely, it's selling.
Even
great.
the younger kids are liking it a lot. And he's like, he doesn't care. He's like on, you know, he's a conservative guy or whatever. He knows what's going on. But he goes, they're liking it. And he was selling it. I think it was if he had any first printings, they were going for like $50-$60. And so people were coming in and getting it. So that's how crazy it was going. So
I'm glad.
So it made me interested just to see, just like to get all these iterations, get all this stuff, like to just check it out.
But we're not talking about it, Anthony, until we hit
right. And I don't know what like with Snyder, like I was trying to think, like everything that I had read from him, I hadn't really liked. I was like, okay, like just because it was like I think I read I wanted to get his Image or the Dark, or I forgot what he did. It was called like The Wake, and then he did I think he did a vampire story. And
Where are you talking about Sean Gordon Murphy now?
No. Snyder, the guy who wrote. Isn't he writing Absolute Batman?
Snyder.
Yeah, but I thought you said The Wake, and I thought
that's Sean Gordon Murphy. He drew it.
Oh, but Tom Snyder wrote it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
I did get that.
Scott Snyder, right? Scott Snyder? Was that it? Yeah.
Scott Snyder.
And then he did another one with the guy who did Sweet Tooth, the guy who wrote that one.
Oh, Jeff Lemire.
Jeff Lemire, right? And Jeff Lemire drew it, and then Snyder wrote it. And it's just like every time I got those and I read them, and I just was not. Nothing had really. So I was like trying to figure out, like, anybody got any good Snyder like suggestions? What did he write that was actually really, really good? And because I hadn't read anything yet, but he got to take control of the whole lore of Batman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. So I had never been really interested in anything he was writing. That's why I never got it. I didn't get Absolute Batman. Wasn't just the hype.
I mean, I got the first two, or no, I just got the first one.
We're not talking about it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, okay, so we're not going to talk about that, and this is an Absolute Batman. But what does DC do once again that I think they're shooting themselves in the foot? Oh, Absolute Batman did so well. Now that, you know, Absolute Superman, Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute Flash, Absolute Green Lantern. And they're not all blockbusters.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, Court of Owls. Oh,
yeah, Court of Owls was pretty good.
Yeah,
I
got that because of Capullo.
Oh, wait, never mind. That was the one that I liked, actually, so never mind. So
yeah, and that was drawn by Greg Capullo. I mean, that's why I bought it, and it did turn out to be good. So,
yeah.
Okay, so now that you guys know what strips influence this, when you look here at the samples, I think you're going to see some of this in here. You know?
Oh, yeah. Yep. A lot of Pogo. I'm just kidding.
Bastard.
Oh, you didn't say what's the guy from SpongeBob SquarePants? What's his name?
The creator.
Well, you're putting a photo in there. That's what he does all the time.
Oh, Hillenberg.
Oh yeah,
Steve Hillenberg. Is it Steve or
Yeah.
was because he passed away? But
Right. So yeah, him. He does all that, anyways. But
okay.
did anybody else do that? What he did when he was doing
he loved mixing the photographs with cartoons because those are the only changes he ever suggested to my comic scripts. Was well, let's make that a photograph. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And it made it. It's like it made it funnier.
Yeah. For some reason.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Somebody else used to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you who else did that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like it was an underground guy.
Yeah, you guys are the old guys. You would know.
Yeah.
Enough of that.
Yeah,
old
but our
guy.
memories aren't as good because we're the old guys.
Oh, that's right. That's the downside, right? It's like,
Who are you?
Right. That's right.
So outside of the strips that I mentioned here, what are some of you guys? What are some of your favorites?
I'm trying to think. Growing up, my dad would always toss me the comic section to the other end of the table. I liked. Remember, this is the '80s, so it's stuff was different. Like Pogo, at least I don't know if Pogo was around in the '80s, but it wasn't
long gone.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, look, I'll be honest. I liked Garfield. I liked Marvin. I liked High and Lois. I liked Beetle Bailey. Obviously, when Calvin and Hobbes came around in '85 for that 10 years. Trying to remember what other ones.
I like Burke Brothers stuff too.
Oh yeah, Bloom County.
Bloom County, yeah.
Yeah, the artwork on that stuff was just that. Like the one that artwork, I really took notice of. Just his ink line and stuff, kind of like Calvin and Hobbes too.
Also, so damn funny. That
guy
was funny.
Well, there's so many strips that were really good, but they hung around too long. Beetle Bailey, for one. When you look back at those early Beetle Baileys, they're somewhat subversive, the sexism and stuff, the whole thing with the navels that he did.
Oh yeah.
Mort Walker was really great cartoonist, and he had him and Johnny Hart had like a bunch of different strips running at the same time. And they were all really, really good. Boner's Ark was one that I always liked. That was in it was sort of like a Noah's Ark thing, and it had all these animals on it and stuff. And it was always like a cork bouncing on the water. So it had a lot of motion to it. I thought that was kind of cool. But a lot of their gags become just, like when the Legacy strip, when you have like the sons riding them or taking them over,
right.
Like Dick, the guy who did Haggard, Dick
Brown.
Dick Brown.
Yeah.
Right. He was an amazing cartoonist. And when you look at his Haggards versus after he had passed, and his sons took over, it's kind of like a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox. It just loses everything.
The only strip like that didn't lose a step was Blondie.
I was going to say Blondie. Well, Stan Drake drew it.
Right? Yeah, but when Chick Stone Jr. took over the strip, it didn't miss a step. It was still funny. It was still engaging. Those Sunday Blondie strips are spectacular.
Yeah.
And basically, it's an episode of a situation comedy in 14 panels.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
What's really neat when you go back to the early Blondies, she was a flapper.
Yeah, and he was wealthy.
Yeah. And he lost his money in the stock market crash.
Right.
So it was very contemporary for the day.
Well,
so after the stock market crash, did he stay basically poor like after that, the way Blondie
that's when he went to get a job. He became became more relatable to the readers after this years long story of him being engaged to Blondie and her family not liking her and all this stuff. And that's like Beetle Bailey started out as a civilian.
That's right. That's right.
The strip ran for a year or more where he was just a teenager.
Another strip that didn't lose a beat is when Leonard Starr took over Annie.
Yeah.
You know, I don't remember who he took over from because Harold Gray was long gone, right?
Well, I think there's a gap. I think Gray dies, the strip ends, and then they bring it back with Leonard Starr.
Oh, okay.
So there's a gap there because I mean I was reading Little Orphan Annie when Harold Gray was still alive. He was still.
You know what? You're right. They brought it back because of the success of the Broadway show.
Exactly. Yeah, because Gray just sort of ended the strip and retired, and then probably died a week later, like cartoons do.
Yeah, with nothing to do.
We have nothing. What am I going to do? I just won't wake up tomorrow. But I mean, Little Orphan Annie. I mean, of all the strips ever done, that's my absolute favorite.
Yeah.
Absolute favorite. I'm so glad I can now, thanks to Dean Mulaney, read it from the beginning. That is just an amazing strip for all the shit that they put her through.
Oh, that's cool.
For decades.
Yeah.
Never read it. So.
Oh man, that strip gets so freaking wild. I mean, it's everybody thinks of the Broadway play and it's sort of sweet and cute. And the strip is mean. It's in a way it's meaner than Dick Tracy. There's one where she's always drifting and she winds up in this town, and there's this rich guy and his hobby is running over stray animals that he sees on the road. And so Annie, he runs over Sandy, and Sandy's almost died. Sandy almost died 100 times over the years. The Sandy's in the veterinary hospital, and Annie's like, how am I going to afford this and all this other stuff? But mostly on her mind is, I'm going to get revenge on this prick. And Annie plants a cast iron deer out on the road one night, and this guy runs into it, and goes through the windshield, ends up like a paraplegic or something.
Ha!
Wow.
And then Sandy recovers, and Sandy and Annie blow town. They move on to the next town.
Oh damn!
All
right, I got to buzz out. I got to go to Peter's stream.
Okay. See you, Andy.
Yep. But I did want to drop in before. Congrats. And yeah, man. All right, guys. I will talk to you later.
See you,
bye,
bro.
Guys.
Yep.
Okay. See you, Andy.
That sounds like a Route 66 story.
I mean, it's the character of the Asp. The Asp was a guy when the shit hit the fan and Daddy Warbucks had no other recourse, he would call upon the Asp. And the Asp was like this Boris Karloff looking character. And he would basically just come in and kill everybody that was making a problem. I mean, just literally take a machine gun and just kill everybody.
Really?
And then there were no more problems for Daddy Warbucks after that. I mean,
so
Daddy
Warbucks was a prick, huh?
Well, he was a hard-ass capitalist. He didn't like communists and fascists. He really didn't care for them. And
that's who the Asp was killing.
Oh yeah. It was because I mean these characters are constantly getting kidnapped, and it was always the Asp who would show up and basically kill everybody and free them. But it was just I love that strip.
This is Little Orphan Annie comic strip.
Yeah.
So it was? Okay.
It's genius.
Yeah, look that up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing now. I'm just trying to give my children the education I didn't get in comics.
Well, I mean, there's a long segment in Little Orphan Annie of the 1927 floods in Louisiana and Mississippi, which were epic. It's horrifying catastrophe. Wow. And it took place in 1927. These are strips from 1927, and she's lost in the flood for like 2 months, and it really brings home what all that was about. Just brilliant stuff.
Is it this guy in the blue?
No,
I
don't see the Asp. You got Punjab and you got Mr. Who apparently is immortal. It's a really weird strip.
That's Punjab.
Oh, I'll tell you it's funny, but the best picture of the Asp I've ever seen is when Mad Magazine did a satire on Little Orphan Annie, and it was Wally Wood drew the Asp.
Oh, well,
basically killing people with a machete and a handgun.
Yeah, it's not this guy in the red hat, is it?
No, he looks like Boris Karloff. He's right always there. In black.
Oh wait, is that him there?
There he is. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see. That middle strip there, that's him in the first 2 panels.
Yeah, okay.
He's always got that string
right there.
tie.
Oh, that one right there.
Yeah, he's always got the string tie.
And a pointy ears like Dracula, huh?
Yeah. He's a badass.
Ha! Look at this guy.
That's really cool.
He's got a knife in his throat and he's hung on a door.
Yeah, that's Little Orphan Annie, man. Things were tough.
Damn.
I mean, the thing with Little Orphan Annie, everybody was up for grabs. I mean, he would make you fall in love with some character and then just kill them. They just brutally die. They get run over by cars. And there's the asp in that. There you go. That's the asp.
Yep.
Scary dude.
Now I really want to read this. I'm like, I want to get some
awesome stuff. You will not be disappointed.
So wait, so you got what? Like it's like a complete like omnibus kind of thing?
No, he did. Dean Mulaney published I think 12 volumes, and it takes it from the 20s, I believe, up to the early 50s.
Damn.
And that's the American
Comics Library of American Comics.
That's it. Okay.
I'll check that out. Try to find them and stuff. Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, because I found.
I'm gonna look that up now. I'm gonna go on eBay and see if I can't find some of the Amazon, see if I can't find some of those, because you've sold me on this, Chuck.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go check them out. I've been just searching. I find everything through eBay now. I'm like, oh, now I'm all over eBay finding these comics and stuff. But yeah, that's where I got I have it just well, we're moving right now, so everything's boxed up. So I can't show you what I got. But what is it Lil Abner and Dick Tracy stuff that I got from your guys' recommendation? Or I think Chuck, you were talking about. I think actually.
Yeah. Little Abner. Little Abner is probably my second favorite strip.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, is so I this was through this guy was a non-comic book guy, but the comic books that he would read were from Daniel Klaus, his stuff, and then Chester Brown or Peter Bagg or something like that, those kinds of the Crumb, what's his name, Robert Crumb.
Yeah.
Yep.
And were those were newspaper strips too, or
no?
Or those were just kind of zines, or those were just
they were alternative press.
Yeah.
Direct, and then Chrome was underground.
Yeah, some of them might have been in
weekly newspapers.
Weekly, south of Houston Street newspapers. Down in.
I remember. What was it? There was a something other was a paper, the Village Voice.
Village Voice. That's what I was trying to think of.
Philadelphia had one. I can't remember the name of the one in Philadelphia. They would reprint Freak Brothers and Robert Crumb.
Yeah,
one of those.
And then you would buy them in the head shops. You would go in the head shops. Buy them.
Yep, head shops. Mm-hmm. Yes. Spain Rodriguez was one of the other big guys in that movement, and he's actually from Buffalo here.
Oh wow! Did not know that.
Yeah, these ones were just pretty they kind of always followed. They weren't all in the same style, but it was in that. Yeah, it was that underground subversive. It was it was not trying to be a traditional comic book strip or nothing, but also the things that they would talk about. I was much more interested just because how shocking it was sometimes, some of the stuff that they would talk about. But I wasn't really that into it. It just, again, because I was just my politics or my conservatism would always just kind of shield me. I would see BS the stuff that they're talking about. It would be too nihilistic or too whatever. But I was still intrigued with it. It didn't get too much into the weird or swim in it or something like that. But it did talk about things that were just pretty crazy at the time, I guess, in the 90s.
I got into the undergrounds mostly for the Freak Brothers, which we used to piss our pants laughing at the Freak Brothers when I was in high school, and Vaughn Baudet. I was a big Vaughn Baudet fan.
Oh yeah,
and then Rich Corbin. He started out in the undergrounds, and
the swinging penis.
There you go.
Oh, Freak Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh, now I remember now. Okay, they just come out with a show.
Yeah, they got an animated show now.
Wow. So. That's sort of ironic when you think about they were so counterculture, and now they got, a show.
They were and they weren't. If you read it, there's a feeling here that he's making fun of everybody.
Oh, okay.
He's definitely making fun of hippie culture.
Really?
And then, there'd be all this background stuff about, how greedy he was and he just wanted money and everything else. And it's okay, that's not far from the truth. And the company was called the Rip-Off Press. So, it's he's kind of letting you know, I want to make as much money here as I can. But yeah,
speaking of rip-offs,
if you read them, it's
hey, Aaron.
Gentlemen, hello.
What's up, Aaron?
Isn't it funny how the hippies are all like anti-government, screw you, and then as soon as they get older, they find a way to make money, and then they're like total capitalists.
Total capitalists. Yeah.
Or they get
Right around
government
their caddy.
Or they get what, Chuck?
They get government jobs so they can spend your money.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Well, that falls in line with their original premise.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they're not capitalists. They're globalists. They turn into globalists. They want, they're not because what is it? I don't know. Capitalism seems to be more local to a country, right? And they want it to be. They want no borders. They want a globe. Anyways, yeah.
Hey, let me thank a man called Plus for $5 super chat. John Carter is how old and is basically proto Star Wars. Insane to think about that. That's very true. I don't know. Were we talking about John Carter?
I don't know, but I can talk about John Carter.
Yeah, but Gulliver of Mars came before John Carter, which surprised me to find out. So now I'm wondering, did Edgar Rice Burroughs rip off Gulliver of Mars? I don't know.
My Mars novel dropped today, Gods of Mars. So
Wait, what?
What's that? Is that Leave on Cade?
It's a novel set on Barzoom 1,000 years after the John Carter stories.
Oh, I thought that's where Leave on Cade was now.
No.
Okay.
No, Leave on Cade's not going to Mars.
Now is the Burroughs estate is this sanctioned by them?
I use concepts from A Princess of Mars, which is totally in public domain. I don't use any of the characters because it's 1,000 years later.
Well, what about
That's right. That's public domain.
Yeah, it's just set there.
Isn't the Gods of Mars already a title of one of the books?
Yeah, it's called Guns of Mars.
Oh, Guns of Mars. Okay.
It's a Chuck Dixon book. It's called Guns of Mars.
Yes.
Okay, of course. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Jeez, what was I thinking?
Yes,
I'm going to do follow-ups. Guns of Venus, Guns on the Moon.
Yeah.
Guns of Pellucidar.
Yeah, Guns at the Earth Core. Yeah,
Guns at the Earth's core. Actually, I like that a lot. Guns at the Earth's core.
I think I'm going to write that one.
Evangeline? The Evangeline comic?
Yeah. The first title was Guns of Mars.
Wow.
That's how long ago I've been thinking about doing this Mars book.
No. It was Guns of Horrors, wasn't it? Evangeline, wasn't that? Oh. Confused, maybe.
Well, if it was, it would have sold better.
Yeah.
Guns of Whores?
Yeah.
I heard that. Got it. All right.
Aaron, do you have any?
I have like a special on Fox Nation. Guns of Whores at 9.
Put that in Fox.
Sean Hannity.
Bureau.
Sean Hannity hosts.
Guns of Whores.
And he talks about nothing but himself for the first 40 minutes.
Oh my god!
And then he mentions a gun.
There you go.
Oh, man, who listens to Hannity anymore?
He drives me absolutely nuts. When he comes on, I turn the TV off.
Seriously.
It's like I think it was like I hadn't listened to him. I mean, I remember I think I got his book back in like 2003. Like it was called like Let Freedom Ring. It's like the most like the cheesiest conservative book title you could think about.
Right.
Never read it. And then it's just I think just after that, I think it was after the when I heard there was like a call, I think that a celebrity, he got the daughter or something like that recorded him and then sent the recording. It could have been a Baldwin, it could have been somebody who was saying, or it was Mel Gibson, I don't know, whatever it was. Somebody was really going at their kid, just cursing at them and all that kind of stuff. And they put it out there, and they basically just made him look like a monster, right? Because he yelled at his kid and called him a bunch of names or something like that over the phone.
Well, that was Baldwin. Called her a pig and everything.
Yeah, called her a pig.
Right, exactly. And then it's just like Sean Hannity was just like, I would never say anything like that. The way that, okay, all right, I guess I wouldn't. I mean, it's like you feel have to handle, you say some stuff. I mean, it's like, anyways, it was just stuff like that, the posturing or the piousness. It was like it was always really off-putting.
That guy has to get.
Earth can piss you off more than your own children.
Right. And I just like, you try not to yell, you try not to curse, you try not to say, whatever. Okay. And they're just like, they're young, but it's like, I mean, I don't say you're a pig. I don't do that. I just mean that
When Hannity has a guest on, he introduces him. Yeah, and now we're going to have my friend Chuck Dixon on. And Chuck, I want to talk to you about President Trump. And then for 20 minutes he goes on and finally gets to the question he's going to ask him,
which he's already answered twice.
Which he's already answered. Exactly right. Exactly right. He just loves to hear his own voice, you know.
Yeah.
And then he interviews Trump, and it's like, look, I love Trump. You know, but you've got the biggest sycophant blowing smoke up your ass here. He's not going to ask you any interesting or hard questions. He's just going to compliment you, and you know, it's just I just can't stand it. You know,
no, he's the worst. It's absolutely the worst.
Yeah.
Sorry, I brought up. We lingered.
Everybody thanks, man. You're really bringing the show down, Anthony.
I'm so sorry. Let's talk about manga.
Okay, now you pissed me off.
I got all the stubborn boomers here. I don't want to talk about manga.
I can talk about John Carter.
Yeah.
So, Chuck, where can people order your book?
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up, but I can't.
It's Castalia House. It's coming out in leather first, and then it'll come out in a hardback edition in like 6 months. So
leather, hardback, and then eventually paperback. Is that
how eventually? You know, they said if you want it to come out in paperback someday, we can do that too. It's going to be in ebooks. I mean, it'll be at popular prices. The leather book is not. So,
well, yeah, I would guess if it's leather, it can't be an ebook, right?
So yeah,
I've never seen a leather-bound ebook before.
No, that'd be difficult.
I guess you had it would be like a picture of leather, right? You could flip the leather thing open and read your ebook, but you're not really the virtual leather.
See, Aaron is such a collector. He slabs his ebooks. You know? Aaron sends his ebooks into CGC to get them slabbed.
Dude, they're all 9/8 too.
Perfect. Wait, you got to have a 10 on an ebook.
Well, they never give you. They hardly ever give you a 10. You know, you really got to work for that. You know what? PSA is now grading. The guys that do all the cards that have done the exclusive card grading company for years, they're now jumped into the comic book arena.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know, probably the guys at CGC, I'm down there every couple of months. They said that they can't even get anybody to work at their trading card division because it's tough work. Grading trading cards, they explained to me, is the hardest kind of grading.
Why so?
Yeah.
They explained that they're printing these big sheets, right? And when the sheets are trimmed, little specks of paper get in with the cards, and they can cause dents, these almost invisible dents in the cards, and all of them count against grading. So you got to actually look at these things with like a microscope to see.
Man, if you have to look that close, it's kind of like, what are we doing here?
Well, you can say that about all CGC, but I mean, I met the guy who does their ancient coins, and you know, even he doesn't have to go to the extremes these guys have to go to.
Yeah.
Wow.
And paper's so easily damaged too, even slightly, like you said, very slight damage that you can't even see. But then, you know, there it is.
I think that there'd be certain allowances, like for that, something like that, because it's the manufacturing of it. It's sort of like a comic that has a grease pencil arrival date on it from the 60s. Right. That does not go against your grading.
Right.
Right. And spraying, overspray from the distributors when they used to hit them with that, you know, green or red colored spray, ink, whatever it was. And, you know, sometimes it'll creep onto the front of the cover or sometimes the back of the cover, that overspray. And that doesn't count either because it doesn't, anything can happen to that book until it gets to the newsstand. And then that's when anything that happens at the newsstand, that's where the grading begins. So it's kind of interesting. The cards are different.
Wow.
If
you guys ever get to tour CGC, you got to do it, man.
Where is it? Where is it?
Sarasota.
It's mind-blowing. I thought it was like 4 guys working at a kitchen table. Oh my God. It's like hundreds and hundreds of people. And I was in the comics and pulps and coin building. I mean, there's a whole nother building for trading cards, a whole nother building for video games.
We have a cheese factory up here.
I know.
Not
I got
exactly the same, but it is kind of
Good
cool.
for you,
to watch
Aaron.
cheese getting made in a big vat. You know,
we got the Trail of Tears. Hey, it's only a
Good for you.
4-hour flight. 4-hour flight to Sarasota.
Yeah, but you'll be able to, I mean, last time I was there, I held a Batman #1 in my hands. So.
Oh, that's cool.
and it went from a 6.5 to a 5.0 after Chuck got through it.
Yeah, because I had clams for lunch. And, but Graham, I saw a stack of pulps. You would have lost it. I mean, they looked like they were just printed yesterday.
That's hard to find.
I have never seen pulps with no creases in the spines. Color was all there.
Wow.
In fact, one of them was a part of a Mars serialization.
Hey, now that you sent me that the CGC graded slab of Joe Frankenstein 3.
Yeah.
Now I want to get them. Now I want to collect.
Don't do it.
It's
That
starting.
way lies madness.
It gets under your skin, and then you can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
No, it amazes me. It amazes me if you go back to that was in the 20s, right? And the pulps and stuff, that there were people back there, not a ton, but there were some that would collect those things, put them away because someday these are going to be worth money. It's always amazes me when I see a Golden Age book that's really, really high grade. You're like, what kid had the foresight to go, you know what? I'm taking this and I'm going to set it over here and I'm not going to touch it.
Yeah, how did that happen? How the hell did that happen?
How did it survive the paper drives of the war?
Yeah,
that's the Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, we did our own paper drives because paper went up in price, and we were collecting newspaper throughout the neighborhood, and we got a lot of comics. Well,
look, back in I collected Pokemon cards. Okay, so I collected those back in the 90s when they first came out. Okay. And then so I had all the, I had a big collection of them or something. Right. And I remember I sold them. I mean, I was in 7th grade or something. Okay. I got $90. And then now my sister got, showed my sons some Pokemon stuff, and now they're just obsessed with it. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of, okay, fine. It's just it's a doorway into, more into the comics, and we can do all this stuff. Cool. And then, so I'm watching videos, and I guess there's just been this huge Pokemon card boom. Just everybody is going to stores and just buying all of the cards, and they're doing card gradings and stuff. They do these Pokemon opening pack stuff and on and on and on. And so I just keep seeing all these the Pokemon grading cards or something like that. And I see all these things. But if I had one of those cards that I had this, I don't know, they say it's the Charizard. I had one of those. If I kept it exactly the way it was, and I still have a folder full of cards, and I don't have nearly the ones. I mean, I sold all.
You don't have any of the good ones,
right?
I sold
them all.
Crap. Yeah.
So all I have is the least crap, the crappy ones. But it could have been it could have either been from 400 up to 20,000 or more. It could have been even higher than that if I just kept it the way it was. And I'll go grade this, and who knows what would have came back, because it's if it was a PSA 10 or even a PSA 7, depending on what card you got, it could be from the thousands or 20,000 to 100,000. It's some of these things. So, anyways, I wish I had the foresight to hang on to it.
In the 90s, Anthony?
What's up?
You a kid in the 90s?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you remember Pogs?
Yes.
You remember those, Chuck?
I remember.
We had to do a whole bunch of those during Nightfall. They made images of these Pogs. They're from Hawaii. They stand for pineapple, orange, guava, something with the S. And they were these cap things, I think, that went on the caps of this drink, which was the pineapple, orange, guava, whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was a really in and out.
It was huge fad for a very short period of time.
Yeah, it was I had the white Power Ranger Pog. It was this slammer. They had slammers, and you stack them up, all these little Pogs, and they were just it's all they were, just little discs with the pictures on it.
Yeah.
And you play. There's a specific game, the way you play it, and then it was so huge. And then I remember I collected all these Pogs, and I remember I wanted to start getting sleeves for them because they used to sell sleeves for Pogs at the comic shops and stuff. And then I remember going in, and I knew it wasn't a thing anymore because he said like, "Oh, we don't sell this anymore." I'm like, "Oh." So anyways, yeah. I think my mom threw them away or something like that.
Hey, let's sell some books, boys.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's do a little refresh here. See if we get picked up any more backers. 227. Oh yeah, there we go.
5 more.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
5 more. Excellent. Thank you, guys. For anybody that's in the chat that has just come in and we haven't been talking about the book yet, this is Sunshine State. It's a collection of Sunday strips. It's 120 pages, hardcover book. This is a down and dirty, in and out 30-day campaign, which ends tonight. There's no in demand. So if you're interested in the book, order it now. Order it tonight because it's going to be coming down. It's very simple perk levels here. So you can get the signed book, right? So all the books are signed. You can get a signed book with a remark inside, which would be a drawing, and you can choose what character you want me to draw for you. Or you can get the everything package, which includes the signed book with the remark, the drink coaster set, and the next Compass Comics challenge coin, which is the Sunshine State characters. So if you've been collecting that, the challenge coins, you want the everything package. I mean, you can get it as an add-on if you just want the signed book, or you just want the remark book, and you want the challenge coin. You can add it on when you check out.
The challenge coins are kind of like really heavy Pogs, if you think about it.
Very heavy.
Really heavy.
Check out the strips. If you've been listening to us talking about some of my favorite strips, Popeye, Buzz Sawyer. Buzz Sawyer was the one that inspired the Monster Island series, but Popeye is the main inspiration for Sunshine State. Character driven humor that sometimes go off on little adventures. There's a poetry to it and a whimsy as well. So as I was saying earlier, the humor is all character driven, character related. So, you can't take, I try not to, I'm never going to say never, but I try not to write stories or gags that you could insert into Beetle Bailey or another strip. I want the humor to come from the characters. So you get to know the characters, and then stuff becomes even funnier. I'm a character as well in this. I get no respect from the boys, which you can see. They've given me an exploding cigar here. And the guys go into adventures with my other items. How dare you?
Whoa, wow, look out. This is going to get canceled. You better get your copy now before it gets recalled.
Anthony, I'm sending ice to your door.
I'm a walker among you. Can't tell I'm Mexican.
You better have your green card ready, son, because I'm making a phone call.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, so that's the campaign, guys. This is the most personal project of my career. These characters are reflections of parts of my personality. I grew up in Florida. I love that place. I love these characters, and I've been doing it. I've been doing it since 2009. I've been the strip was syndicated online through Andrews McMeel, which is Go Comics. It's never made me any money, but I do it because I love it. So I wanted to collect all these things, and for selfish reasons, just have a hardcover for myself. But I figured, other people enjoy the strip. It had a good following on Go Comics, and now it's on the Compass Comics site. So if you're new to it, you haven't seen it before, go to the www.compasscomics.com and you can sign up for a free subscription. And every Monday morning, a strip will get mailed to you. It's a great way to start your day. They're fun, whimsical little ways to start your week and call out all the noise and shit that's in our lives. So go over there and do that. And if you like what you see, back the book on Indiegogo tonight because it is closing down.
Do you do your own lettering on here on these?
Yes, I have my own font that I created. This is Wild Words here. When my realistic characters or I speak, I use this font. When the Sunshine State characters speak, it's my own handwriting, like this here.
The other thing, folks, is we're talking about collectability and stuff like that with Pogs and other crap. This is going to be a low print run book. So it's not going to go down in value over the years.
That's true. And they'll all be signed. And if you get the remarked one, it'll have a hand-drawn, that's a hand-drawn drawing by me. I'm going to draw the character you choose in every single book.
Do you sign on the inside on the hardcover, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, there'll be, there's a square. There'll be a square on the inside front paper, which is what this is, where the drawing will be and or a signature.
Do you? I'm curious what you guys think about this. To me, it's always, we've got this tradition of signing comics on the covers now that just sort of came into vogue whenever it did, I guess, in the 90s. But I always felt like that if I had a hardcover or a collection, I always sign like trade paperbacks. I sign them on the inside. The only thing I sign on the outside are floppies. It doesn't seem right to sign like a hardcover collection or an art book or something on the cover. It should be on the inside. I mean, is that just me, or is that like part of our?
I do the same, and once you get past a certain price point, I'll sign on the inside. Plus, it depends on how. I mean, price point for the book. I don't charge for signatures, but and it also depends on how much lamination is on the front of the damn thing.
That's true.
Well, that's true. Some of that stuff. There's some of those trade paperbacks, those big Nightfall ones that DC published, and the coating on it is so slick. You can't. Even the paint pens that you told me about, Chuck, they just kind of beat up on it.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff I do for RIPA, they want them signed on the cover, but they're heavily laminated. So last time I was at CGC, I had guys just using a wadded up paper towel to basically scrub off the part that I was going to write on.
Right. Well, that's what I was told to do: is take your thumb and rub it on the cover right where you're going to sign it, and then sign in that spot, and that'll.
No kidding.
That works too. Yep.
Well, like some of those comics, like if you were to go and sign inside, I feel like if whatever marker you had would just bleed through the other pages.
Well, if you're signing a newsprint book, it will. But
you're right. It would be like a newsprint, those 90s ones.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, they used to sign with ballpoint pens. I mean, I got Kirby books and John Buscema books, signed in ballpoint.
Yeah.
I was at a little comic show in Wayne, New Jersey back in the 80s, and I was going through the dollar bin, and I came up with Demon #1. For $1. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I get home, I open it up, and it's signed by Jack Kirby.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got a Demon 1 and a Commandi 1, both signed by him.
Nice.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, I watched him sign them. Really cool.
Yeah. I wish when I met him that I would have had a book for him to sign. But
when you meet them as a pro, it's like weird.
Yeah.
It's like
they think it's weird, but you don't, because you're still a fan. You know what I mean? But they think it's weird. I did that to Arthur Adams. He had his book, and I'm like, I got it from him, and I'm like, "Well, sign it." And he goes, "Seriously?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And so he opened the book and signed it. He signed it to Aaron, you nerd, and then he signed it Arthur Adams. I was like, I'm a collector. I wanted the book. It was an art book. I wanted it signed by the artist. I don't think that's weird, but I guess it is for other pros when you go up to them and ask them to sign it.
I think it depends on the age of the pro. If you're talking about Kirby, that's first generation. Even Ramita. I think. I don't think he, senior, felt that way, because he was.
I don't think they feel that way. It's just I'm just really, really shy about asking people for autographs.
Yeah.
I know, that's why you gotta.
Jesus, Chuck, you're asking me every other day for an autograph.
I was like, oh, yeah, but I don't regard you in any kind of like high esteem. So
Yeah, it is kind of weird. It is. It makes you think. It just remember that scene in Annie Hall where he's like, can you sign this? It's like, it's to my sister. It's like, Ralph. What's her name? Ralph. Her name is Ralph. You got to make up a story.
Yeah,
Anyway,
exactly. Well, Neil Adams didn't care if you asked him for his signature as long as you paid him the $50.
right.
Dang.
He was fine with it.
Wow.
He encouraged it.
Yeah,
You got anything more for me to sign?
I mean, back when I worked at a TV station, I was like a janitor. Yeah, I'd ask you for your autograph. But it just seems that you get to a point where you're privileged. You're working with this person who's famous, or well known, and you just feel weird asking them.
Yeah.
It's like we're working together.
I felt a little weird because I brought in the first Batman comic that I had bought off the newsstand myself. It was one of those 60-cent giants. It was written by Denny. And I was up there, and I knew I was going for a meeting and I was going to see him. So I brought it with me. And then it was like, it stayed in my portfolio for a while. And I was waiting for the right moment to bring it out and say, hey, would you sign this for me, Denny? And I did. And it was, and Denny's not the most, Denny was a very awkward individual. So, for me to come up and ask him to sign this book, I'm awkward and kind of embarrassed to do it. And Denny is an awkward person, period. So it wasn't good. But he did sign it.
I've always been jealous because Scott Hanna brought a Nightfall collection to one of the summits and had everybody sign it.
Oh.
And it was great because that wasn't weird. He just first of all, Scott Hanna, the guy's charming as hell. And he says, look, I just want a record of this.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's
and
like
everybody was, even
book.
Denny was into it. It wasn't awkward or anything else.
Yeah. Was Archie there too? Did Archie?
I think so. And the rest of us are all like, damn, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, guys.
I went to a summit and sat at a table with Tom Rainey, and he told me about the lizard people in Utah. That was the first I ever heard of it. So it was I had a different experience than you did, Chuck, but at least I left with something.
Well, we had to hear about Doug Mensch being abducted by aliens. So
from Doug?
From Doug. And I'm not telling tales out of school. He'd be fine with me telling you that he was.
I haven't heard that one. I had talked to Doug on many occasions, but
not one of us disbelieved him either.
No.
Well, yeah, I don't want him to beat me up if I didn't like.
No, that won't happen.
Speaking of Denny O'Neil, have any of you read through the whole run of Azrael?
No.
Did you try reading it a little?
I read the one that Quesada drew and Kevin Nolan inked. That's the only one I ever read.
That's the only ones we had to read that one.
Yeah.
So I picked it up. I picked up the floppies because they were all just like 50 cents. So I mean, so I picked up I think 20 issues, and I got about 3 in, and I was like kind of.
You had to bail.
Yeah, but it's not like it's bad. There's beats. It's like it's good. It's just, but it's like very talky, very wordy. But it's like. But it could be funny. It could be. It could be funny, be interesting. It has a good cliffhanger here. But yeah, I think when I see a wall of text, sometimes I kind of just, I kind of skim, and then I kind of tune out. I don't know. So
that book was Denny O'Neil's retirement plan.
Yeah,
that they couldn't cancel it. It had to go to issue 100.
Yeah, that's why I got it. I was like, let me see. I want to. All right, because Denny O'Neil's he's not like. I don't think he's a bad writer. I didn't think that. I was like, he was a good editor, good all this stuff, and anyways. But he's no. What's his name? The other guy.
Archie.
Editor Archie. He's no Archie.
Yeah.
Did you guys happen to catch that 19? It just popped up on YouTube. It's a 20-minute documentary on comics in 1979.
I just saw it today.
Yeah, I shared that.
Marvel and DC, and there's a scene in there with Denny O'Neil, Julie Schwartz, and Neil Adams talking about the Superman versus Muhammad Ali book.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and Neil is bullying his way through it.
Yes, yeah.
And he's like,
Uh-huh,
yeah. So you want to do this, huh? Oh,
And I love Denny saying Gerald Ford should be on the back cover.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
For Denny.
Yeah.
No, who narrated that? It sounded to me like Jonathan Winters.
That's what somebody said. It was Jonathan Winters, I think.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't notice that. Like, I mean, that thing is what gets me a charge out of watching those things is when they show you like conventions from the early 70s. And you're just like, man, wouldn't that have been cool to go to one of those early Phil Suling conventions in New York and just
Chuck did go.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I had the scenes of these guys selling like golden age books for like $500 that are now worth $100,000, you know.
Well, you could buy an EC comic for $5. And of course, my reaction was $5. What are you, crazy?
Yeah.
Chuck, I said the same thing when my local store wanted a Hulk 181. They wanted $1 for it, and the year before it was 25 cents. I'm like, I'm not paying 4 times for the price of that for this book. Nobody said I was a good businessman.
I was at a show in Portland, and I remember this. They Simonson Thor had just come out, the first issue, right? And it just got hot super quick in the collector's market. And I remember I didn't pick it up off the stands because I think it was, what was it? Was it 60 cents back in 83? Was that about right? Or was it cheaper than that? 40 cents? Maybe 60.
For a regular comic?
Yeah, just off the newsstand, like 83. I think that's when that came out, wasn't it? 83. But so I went to this show and I'm walking around. This guy has $6 on it. And I'm like, I'm not, it's so funny now, you know, because that's what new comics cost are $6. And I was sitting there going, $6? It just came out 2 months ago, you know, and I wouldn't do it. It hasn't exploded or anything, but it's still affordable. But my gosh, it's so funny how we had different perspectives back then about that stuff.
Oh yeah. Hey, let's do a refresh here. See if we picked up any more backers. 2445, 232 backers. All right, picked up 3 more backers. We're closing in on 21.
Yep.
Did I see Bosch Faustein's name flash up there?
Yep.
All right.
There he is.
What's up, Bosch?
Bosch.
We got the link if you want to pop in, Bosch. Yeah. What were you just talking about, Aaron? The old conventions. They were so much fun. They were so less corporate, just like comics themselves were. Back in the day. And you know, I don't want to sound like the old man, the good old days. There was some shitty stuff back then too, you know, but it was a lot more about finding these great old books, you know, at decent prices. The collector's market wasn't completely crazy at that point.
Yep.
So, you know,
it was exciting as a kid because I had, other than the Buyer's Guide, right, which came out every week, the newspaper that they put out, you had no idea what was coming out or what was going to be available, and you would go to a convention like that and you would see stuff that you'd never seen of or heard of before. And you're like, oh my gosh, I got to have that.
Yeah. And you'd meet people that shared your same interest. I mean, every comic convention showed the Star Trek bloopers, you know, because it was always Star Trek and comics. You know, there wasn't anything else, you know, until Star Wars came out, you know, but prior to that, you know, it was pretty much comics and Star Trek. And it was really, really cool, you know, that mixture of fandom and stuff that crossed over and people you could meet that shared those same interests, you know.
Yeah. And there was no internet, right? So you couldn't go and find this stuff like that. You know, you had to get lucky if you're looking for a certain book at a convention and hope it was someone had it.
Or a garage sale or an antique mall or flea market type of thing. We found a lot. There was a flea market in Cocoa Village down in Cocoa Beach. And this guy had this like shitty little antique flea market store. And my brother went in there and there was a huge box of old comics. in there, and we're rifling through them. We're like, how much money you got? Oh, I got, we're trying to figure out how many comics we could buy.
Yeah.
And it was great stuff. It was like Neil Adams stuff from early Detective Comics when he was doing that stuff, and occasional Marvel things that holes that we missed in our Spider-Man collections, everything, and that stuff was gold when you could find that stuff.
Yep. And there used to be, when I was in film school, so like 85 through 88 down in LA, they used to have a first Sunday of every month. They had this 1-day comic book show in the Ambassador Hotel where Robert Kennedy was shot. I think they've I think that hotel doesn't even exist anymore, but we would go in there, and it was just like one of those old style comic, shows. There was just a bunch of dealers in there with a bunch of old comics and posters and cool stuff. And they would have, like, in the side room, they would be, like you said, we have a blooper reel from Star Trek, or they would have, a clip from, back then it was Roger Rabbit, right? Everybody couldn't wait for Roger Rabbit to come out. And that was, they might have a clip for that. But it was the first Sunday of every month, and it was just cool to be able to go, I'm going to go to that show at the Ambassador Hotel and pick up a few books.
Or the second con I went to was probably 72, and they would show movies all night, and flash forward serials and Disney cartoons. I mean, just all these 16 millimeter collectors would show up and show you all their stuff. And I sit down next to this guy, and the place is packed, and he just starts talking to me. What do you collect? I'm like, I collect this, collect that. And he goes, you believe these people, these Uncle Scrooge comics, grown men spending all this money on Uncle Scrooge comics? Those comics are for kids. What are they spending that crazy money on those comics for? And I said, well, what do you collect? And he said, Little Lulu. No irony. So.
Wow. I collect adult comics, Little Lulu.
The second con I went to one of the auctions, and I bought a Gil Kane Iron Fist page for $17.
Oh.
Second page of the first issue, 4 panels of Iron Fist kicking guys' butts.
Wow.
Inked by Dick Giordano, $17.
Wow.
So.
Well, do you remember the Chicago cons we used to go to, Chuck, in the mid to late? It was more like mid 80s that were in Rosemont.
Right.
I remember this guy had a stack of John Buscema pages. I mean, Savage Sword, Avengers, all that stuff. And the pages were like $15, $20,
Wow.
$25, something like that. And I ended up buying 2 Buscema pages from Doc Savage #1 magazine, inked by Tony DeZuniga. And I also bought 2 Ross Andrew pages from the Doc Savage color comics. And I think I spent for the total for the 2 of them, or for the 4 original pieces of original art, $100.
I know. I wish I'd been more savvy about original art when I was younger. I was so focused on buying comics, and I spent every penny I made up till I was 16 on comics and old comics. But that's what I was focused on. I didn't even think about the original artwork. That when it was in the 70s, and even up to probably about 1990, when Image sort of blew up, all that stuff, like especially Kirby, that was affordable stuff. You could get that original stuff. And then it just, it just went nuts, and now you can't even touch it. But I wish I'd been smarter.
I wish I had never left home, stayed with my parents, worked 3 jobs, and just bought original art.
Yeah.
I don't know. In Blazing Combat, they used to have that combat quiz page, and Alex Toth did one of them in craft tint. It's freak. I look at it every day. I bought it for $50.
Wow.
Insane.
It makes you just think about, like you did, Graham, Monster Island. Is it the third one? You did it all by hand, right?
Yeah, all 3 of them were done by hand.
Okay, all 3 of them were.
Yeah.
And so did you do it like you digital sketch and then you print it out kind of thing, and then you go over the digital thing?
Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking about. So when I release my own thing, what is it? I was thinking about doing it, but I'm just like, again, I don't know if it's like double. I'm not going to go super detailed on the digital. It's going to be sketched out and placed. And I'm like, okay, this is good. Then I'll, go in and I'll print it out and do the inks. I got a printer. I did that when I first did comics, with Seasons. That was the first one I did. And then I would print it out and then just ink over it. And so I have all this original art, but it's kind of like, then I got kind of like lazy. So I kind of 50% draw, ink it, and then I scan it, and then I do the rest in digital, and then eventually just went to total digital. But now all this stuff, I see all this original art, and also the willingness to buy it, and then people, how much they like it. I'm like, I just consider that as an option. It's like just trying to get back to that.
Well, certainly if you're going to do your first book, which would be like the introduction to your IP, you want tangible things, because if that thing blows up, let's say it becomes a movie or animated series or something like that, or let's just say a really popular comic, you're going to want the original artwork for that, to enjoy over the years and maybe even, sell and have a retirement off of.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. I just think about like the setting. I'm like, I'm just thinking, you think about where's it going to be set? It's like I think mine's like in a forest. I have to draw like forests. So it's going to be very dense and just a lot of drawing. It, gets you a little, I see some really good art. I see all the detail in it and it just gives you anxiety. How much work that took, but I don't know. I do it anyway. So
Set it in the city, then you'll have anxiety because now you'll have perspective.
Right.
At least the forest is all organic. You can fake the perspective. Lose your anxiety because that's the way to go.
See, I've been practicing that, trying to just I fudge a lot of the perspective. Like a lot of the time, you look at a lot of the pages I do, I'm like, I kind of I draw it and I kind of like work. I find it, and then like I don't get the ruler out and I don't do all that stuff, So like getting away with it, like doing it quick, And I think Frank Fosco, we were talking about that, and how much he just like he'll fudge the perspective a little bit. So, but there's ways, you can get around to just not having to pull out the ruler and do all that stuff, as long as you can. It looks like it.
Yeah. Once you know where the points are, when you know where the vanishing points are, you can visualize it, and just and
you'll be close. But anytime you're doing a jungle or forest scene, it's like I've never done perspective. When I've done that, I've always eyeballed it. The only time I ever pull out a ruler and get actual vanishing points is when I'm actually doing a city or a car or something mechanical, But when you're out in the jungle with Tarzan or whoever, on Mars with John Carter, it's just like, man, I'm winging it. Get out of my way. Don't give me any like rulers. I don't want any mechanical stuff. I just want to go.
Look how Joe Kubert would do it.
Mm-hmm.
He could get the perspective in there with organic stuff and the angles and really get you a sense of depth and distance, size.
Yeah, like I just know myself. I know that what I'm going to do. I'm going to do all this like noir, like how the way they place the camera so they can get the tunnel, the lighting down there so they can get the shadows and all that stuff. I just think about all that stuff in a forest. You just have, this, where's the lighting going to be here, just to kind of like, because it's comics, so you can mess around. And I love to mess around with the lighting. And I just think about all that stuff that's just going to take forever. But anyways, yeah, perspective on that. Yeah, I think, you're right. It's like, it's all organic stuff. It'll be, don't have to find the vanishing points, with that. But it's like, I just think about the lighting. I think about all that stuff that I'll do.
Overlap forms for depth.
Yeah.
Tree. Like, look at Kirby. Like he would draw. He always had this like one tree he always would draw, and it would always be in the foreground. It'd have this twisted branch that would come across. It could be the Fantastic Four crossing the street, but that tree would be in the foreground and cross them, and it would give you that sense of depth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like when they were hitchhiking to California to make a movie because they were busted and didn't have any money.
You'd think Reed Richards could have earned a few bucks being as smart as he was, but
he lost it all. Lost all the patents and everything.
Oh, that's right. Is that the one where they're getting kicked out of the Baxter building?
Yes,
and everybody's like
the
picketing
Submariner's
outside?
got a movie studio.
Well, thanks for that.
I love that. I love when they're they're crawling. It looks like they're going down to the Long Island Expressway to hitchhike. They're crawling out of the woods, and the thing is holding back. And Reed says, someday we're gonna laugh about this. Because they got to hitchhike out to California, and Sue's out there with her thumb out, and I think Ben goes, I doubt it, or something. It's just great. I love those early FFs. They were so much fun.
Oh gosh, that is hilarious.
So I'm gonna head out. I gotta, like Chuck said in the beginning of this, I have to get back to work. Lots of work to do, but no, thanks for that tip. I'm like, okay, I'm going to work towards that, like trying to, figure out like how I'm going to do that with the, drawing it by hand and stuff.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Pick up the Joe Kubert Tour original art book.
Okay.
It's a masterclass.
Okay. I'll check that out.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
see you
buddy.
later, guys.
Thanks
see you later. All right.
See ya.
See ya.
Jack Alamy says that Chuck, you and I need to make sure they pay us.
Yeah. Lego always pays.
Yep.
That's a straight license. That's a straight license without Warner's being involved. So thank you, Lego. Thank God for Lego.
Yeah. When is that coming out?
I don't know. But Matt Berry's doing the voice of Bane, so that's cool.
Who's he?
British comic actor. He's got a really deep, dramatic voice. He's basically trying to do the Tom Hardy voice, but he's bringing a lot of his own to it.
Okay.
So
that's cool.
Yeah. I saw the trailer, and it looks.
I watched the trailer last night.
Yeah. Well, that's him at the end. With that really deep voice.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. Well,
that's a radio voice.
Yeah, he plays the. Have you ever seen the IT Crowd? He's the sexual harassment boss. He's always getting in trouble with the HR department.
No, I haven't seen that show.
Oh God, that show's brilliant.
What's it on?
I don't know what it's on. It's on my server. IT Crowd. I don't know. It's a British show. The guy created Black Books and Father Ted.
Okay. Black Books, I remember.
Yeah, same guy.
Oh, this guy Skull Nasher says same thing. It's great in the IT Crowd and in Toast of London.
Toast of London is so awkward. I couldn't watch all of that.
Yeah,
it's like that awkward humor. I'm like a little too much.
When do you have time to watch all this stuff?
I don't know. I'm a writer. I'm not an artist. I'm not at the table 18 hours a day like you guys. I'm writing a screenplay now, which means 15 minutes and I'm done. Of course, I'm thinking about it 24/7. But
right, isn't that true, man? I would sit there and like working on my Wraith of God script, the one I'm doing right now, drawing right now. I would go in there, and if I got on a roll and could get about 10 pages done, I'd be like, "Hey, that's good." You know what I mean? It's just like you got to do it. For me, it's always in segments, and you're always thinking about it, but it's like. Yeah. You just can't sit there and go for like 8 hours and just type.
No, I'm like screenplays. They move at a crawl, and but I've realized I got to pace myself. And it's like if I get 3 minutes done, 3 pages done, okay, I'm gonna go sit by the pool and read the rest of the day. That's the day work.
Yeah. I spent the day dialoguing the rest of Escape from Monster Island. I had like 20 pages to dialogue, and so that's done, but now I got to do a reread through from the beginning because I've done it in segments over time, and I got to make sure I got everything covered, that I don't have any holes, or that the dialogue doesn't step over each other, and then also punch it up if there's some places where I could say the same thing but in a more interesting way, do that.
You got to ask yourself all day long: is there a better way to say this?
Yeah. Is there a shorter way to say it and a more effective way to say it?
Yeah, I always love that when you write a piece of dialogue, you're thinking that's not that long. That'll fit in the in the panel, and then you send it to the letter, and it comes back, and you're like, shoot us, priest. You got to take out half of it and go, okay, there must be a way to say this a little bit more efficiently, you know?
How does Chris Claremont get away with it?
I
see all these word balloons with tons of lettering.
I know.
You've met Chris Claremont.
I worked with him.
Yeah, me too.
All his characters are Chris Claremont. They can't fucking stop talking.
I know. I'm always looking ways that I can get to a scene without any dialogue. And Chris is
Right.
It's just dump trucks full of it, you know.
CGC told me they did a signing with Chris Claremont and Frank Miller, and the guy said after about an hour, Frank Miller just under his breath says, "Does he ever stop talking?"
Wow, that's funny.
Remember him in the Marvel offices, Graham, telling
Yep.
you and I what it was like to have a baby?
I do.
And we're like, yeah, we know. But he wouldn't stop.
We have
Nope.
kids. We have
Nope,
kids.
nope. You know, we're trying to get into offices to talk to editors, and he's buttonholing us out in the hallway, just rambling on, you know. And it's like, we're not getting any business done out here.
Well, the first time I met Mike Barron was at a Chicago con, and Mike says to me on the convention floor, "You and I need to talk," right? And I was like, okay. And I'd never really talked to him before. So we go outside. We get like one sentence into our conversation, and Chris Claremont sits down with us, and that was it for an hour.
And to this day, you don't know what Mike wanted.
No, and then no, I do know because he got to say at the very end. So Chris Claremont says, "Oh, I gotta go," and Mike says, "I got a panel," and I said, "Well, I guess I gotta better get back to my table." And we start to walk away from each other. It was like a Western. And Mike says, "Wait a minute." And I turn around and said, "What?" And he goes, "You're never going to get the right to punish her."
Well, that's what he called the meeting for?
Yeah, he wanted to know, because he knew I was pitching ideas. And basically, it was Mike telling me, back off.
No kidding.
I love Mike.
Oh, yeah.
That's
But
funny.
he was guarding his corner, man. I can't blame him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get pissed when they would, hand a fill-in issue of Nightwing to somebody. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I write my own fill-in issues.
That's right. I don't need a fill-in.
I'll tell you when I
and
need
Scott
a break.
McDaniel draws them.
I remember going to CrossGen, and they were like, when they hired me, they telling me that, you had fill-in issues built in. And I'm like, I don't need any fill-in issues. They go, no, you're taking them. I go, I don't need fill-in issues. And I can keep up, and they're like, no. And so it always would irritate me when they, just as an artist, they give it to someone else to draw. And you're like, I wanted to draw that, but they made me, And the funny thing was they'd make you take that time off. And then what would you do? You'd go be a fill-in artist for somebody else because you were just sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, well, as a writer, I'm like, oh, this guy's going to draw that issue. Not my regular artist? No. Well, I'm not going to give him the best stuff. I'm saving that for my regular artist.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the equivalent of a Saturday newspaper strip where nothing really happens.
Drag it out for 20 pages, right?
Yeah.
It made no sense to me, but I mean, I guess most of the guys there couldn't keep a deadline, but I wasn't one of them.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, well, but you think of a page a day, everybody should be able to keep up. It's a page a day.
Well, at CrossGen, yeah.
It was 5 pages a week. So if you had to take an extra day to work, you could do it,
Right.
And I was always like, early Friday, man, I was out of there because my 5 were done.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like I was hacking it out either. I had some of my best.
No. Nobody was hacking it out. Nobody was hacking. You were all in competition with one another.
Right, exactly. And so
You're right there in each other's faces.
I could never figure out, I still can't to this day, guys, that, just 1 or 2 pages a week. I'm like, either you're nitpicking to a point of ridiculousness or you're just finding other things to do than work.
Yeah, you're
Which is
distracted.
generally what it is.
That's easy to do.
Yeah, it's very easy to do.
Then you had Pelletier, who I think was penciling 5 pages a day. So
Yeah. He was 3 years ahead.
seriously.
He worked Monday. He had the rest of the week off.
Oh man.
Hey, we're $125 away from 21,000, guys. Thank you.
Cool.
There it is.
Outstanding. The little book that could
Yep.
bring a little sunshine into your life.
How big is this? 8.5 by 11? What's the published?
Yeah, it's 8.5 by 11, 120 pages, hardcover.
And let me reiterate, low print run.
Yep.
Yes, and a low print run. Right now, we got 236 backers. If we closed it right now, we'd probably print 300 books.
Well, if this is the only place this ever appeared is digitally, right? So this is actually the first time it's ever been in print, correct?
Technically, no. It was in a newspaper in San Mateo, California, for a while when it was a daily strip.
But no, wait a minute. How did that? I mean, how did you end up just in one paper in San Mateo?
Because that's all the agent could sell. It's one paper.
So
somebody there liked alligators.
well, so you didn't necessarily. You weren't. I don't know. I mean, you know more about strip art than I do, but I mean, didn't you have to be syndicated to get? I mean, wasn't it part? Isn't that how you got all these strips in the paper, where the syndicate would gather all these things and sell them in bulk to the newspapers?
Yep.
So you had an individual agent going out pushing your product to these newspapers?
Yeah, we had a guy starting his own syndicate.
I see.
And he had a whole bunch of different people in his stable, and then he would go out and pitch it to newspapers.
Was he ever successful?
No, not really. Like I said, he got me into one paper, and that's the kiss of death. I mean, if you're not in 75 papers, you still have to do a strip every single day.
Right.
Right. You're making nothing.
Whether you're making 30 cents or you're making, $30 million, because it's all about how many papers you're in and what the subscription base is on that paper. So, they'll pay more. A big paper like, say, the New York Post or the New York Daily News is going to pay more for Snoopy than,
Oh, really? They pay more? I thought it was a flat rate.
No, it would pay more based on its circulation.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Well, so you had to have at some point tried to get in with King or somebody like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I almost, because I was working at King, when I did Rex Morgan and the Phantom, and I pitched Sunshine State a few times, and the cartoon editor really liked it, and she was pushing it, and she had me do more samples and dailies and all this kind of stuff. And I was moving up the ladder, and finally at the final meeting, it has to be reviewed by a bunch of editors, and the head woman at King looks at all the stuff, and she's the one who nixed it, who said no. And the reason was the strip is not edgy enough. And that's the point of the strip, that it isn't edgy like every other damn comic strip you guys syndicate.
Right.
It's not a political edge. In fact, it's the antithesis of it, because the strip is supposed to be your oasis away from that. I marketed it as your fun in the sun. When social media is barreling down on you, you stick your toes in the sand, you sit under a palm tree with a book and a cold drink, and that's Sunshine State. That was the whole point of it.
It just goes to show you that how these people that get in power just don't know anything. Because it's like, if you sit there and you have, okay, we've got 20 comic strips that are all political in nature.
Guys,
Hey, Bosch.
Graham, Aaron, how's it going, guys?
Good man.
Good.
So you
make it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go on, Aaron. Thanks.
I was going to say, so you have 20 strips that are all political in nature, and it's like Wolverine, right? It's like, we're going to put him in everything until people can't stand him anymore. Then we'll figure out something else to do, instead of diversifying your line a little bit so that you don't destroy the whatever the fad might be at that time, right? If everything's political, then it's just like it becomes exhausting. right? So where's something else that I can get away from that, you know? And to not think like that. But that's so Hollywood, and that's so everything. You know, modern editorial is like, this is what people like right now. That's all we're gonna do, you know, because we're not going to take a chance and do something that might, you know, balance the line out a little bit. It's just makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, a good salesperson would have a juxtaposition of two strips. One that was, let's say, my strip, which is as I described it, and let's say another strip that is maybe about corporate greed or has to do with LBTQRSTUV family structure or something like that, you know. So you've got you got these two things that are completely opposite, and that gives a newspaper a choice based on its readership.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the people in those positions of power, they got there because they're morons. So.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I remember
fell upwards.
I had this conversation with Ron Mars a long time ago, and I know I've told this story before, but it's so right on the money, because I said, we were talking about movies or something. I said, how do all these idiots get in charge of these movie studios? He goes, because all the smart people want to create. Absolutely. They don't want to run the business. And so all that leaves them is idiots to take charge. And then that's what we're left with, you know, is you got some bonehead telling the creative people who actually know what's going on, what to do. And it's just a disaster. There used to be a period of time where these guys that were in charge of the movie studios and the comic strips and all this stuff, they understood how to run this stuff and what to do to attract an audience. And now it's morons across the board. It's just
the difference is they love them. I mean, the old movie moguls, say what you want about them, they love movies.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So that's why the movies were good. The comic strip people loved comic strips. Yeah. That's why they were good.
Well, and we talk about this all the time about like Marvel, like an editor like Carl Potts, right, who was actually there to help you as an artist or writer get better, and they were constantly trying to improve the line. And then Archie Goodwin, guys like that, and that doesn't exist anymore. You got 22-year-old girls that went to some woke university, and they're now telling Ron Garney that he needs to put more diversity in his bar scene.
That's right.
You're like, what? Do you even care about the story? You know, it's just.
That's right. Ron told us that story.
Oh my gosh, he had a scene at a bar. It was one panel, and he had 3 white guys in the panel, and the assistant editor called him up and told him that he needed more diversity in that one panel in that bar scene. Right. And of course, Ron lost his mind and didn't do it. But just the fact that that's the kind of editorial input you're now getting is just, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, that's the entertainment business all the way around. I mean, like Chuck said, even in comics, you had people that loved comics. Even if they weren't creative, it's like Frank Zappa talking about the record industry. Let's bring back the cigar chomping businessmen. They didn't really care about what you were putting out. What they cared about was, can it sell? So if you told them that, shticky cowboy music was the rave and he wanted to do some shticky cowboy song, they'd say, yeah, go ahead, try it. Let's see what works. That's how you find trends. That's how you, instead of chasing them, they were, trying to find what the buyers wanted,
Yep. Exactly.
And I think that's what we're doing now in independent publishing is that
Absolutely.
we're filling a niche of that the bigs aren't doing. We're giving them different genres, different ideas, and they're all created with love because we love our stuff. We love what we're doing.
It couldn't do it otherwise. Yeah.
It's very ironic that at mainstream, Marvel and DC, who has the big, huge audience, right? They were the ones who always were so reluctant to try something new, right? And they could afford to do it. And that's all we're doing, you know, is doing new stuff. And that's why we have the audience we have, is because we're giving them something that Marvel and DC absolutely will not do. And it's just really bizarre.
Just risky. I mean, you know, as you say, I mean, they can afford the risk, but they don't take them at all.
Yeah.
You know, it's a strange thing. You have the power to, you have the power to fail multiple times. And they're using that power, but for the wrong reasons.
They're guaranteeing failure, but they, for some reason, want it, you know.
Right.
As long as they get their political messaging out there, they don't care if they lose money.
That is the core. That is the core of what they do. Get that message in there.
Yep.
And if the story's fine, all right, you know. But that's about it, really.
Yeah, that's a bonus if it's actually a good comic by accident.
Oh, shit, that story was okay. Okay. Wow, surprised.
Chuck, did you see the Fantastic Four movie?
No,
Okay.
no. I'm a grown up.
So I guess you didn't see Superman either.
No. I've never seen a Superman movie in a theater. None
Wow.
of them.
Really? Not even the Christopher Reeve one?
I don't like disappointment. So.
Oh, wow.
So, I think I saw the Christopher Reeve one on HBO.
Wow. I thought I was a curmudgeon.
Did you end up watching the Superman movie, Graham?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I may end up just catching that when it comes to HBO.
It's on I guess digital, you know, on Apple and right.
Yeah. I got a big 75-inch screen, you know, 4K screen. So, I'll, you know, and I'll sit 5 feet from it, you know. It'll be like in the theater. And I don't have to pay $20 for a soda, and I can use the bathroom.
You know, that's the thing. I took my daughter to go see that, and we went, and the biggest stunning thing for me was how much it freaking cost.
I know.
It was like
Is.
She got one box of like Reese's Pieces, what are the peanut butter things, right? The ET candy, and $42.
Now,
For
Aaron,
both of us in that box of candy, I was like, I am never going to the movies again.
Aaron, are you utilizing your senior discount?
Dang it.
Because I'll tell you, you know, Julie, she always does that. You know, like when I never think of it, but you know, she goes to the ticket thing, you know, and she goes, "Yep, 2 seniors." I'm like, "Where are they?" You know?
Yeah, it's like, you, buddy.
And I'm like, "Wait, how much did that cost us?" All right, I'm a senior.
Dude, okay, this happened probably 10 years ago. Yeah, it was pre-COVID, so it was at least 10 years ago, right? Now, my mom's 94, so she was 84, but I would always take her to the movies because she likes the same stuff I do, you know, sci-fi, she loves Trek, all that kind of stuff. So I went to the theater, we took her to the theater. We had some problem getting the ticket. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the manager comes out and helps us out. He looks at both of us and he goes, "And don't worry, I gave both of you the senior discount." And this was 10 years ago. It was like 50. Oh my gosh. I was furious. Then I said, well, I just saved $5. So, okay.
Well, he was adding you together and averaging.
There.
Julie and I were on the road once, and we stopped at a Chick-fil-A, and so she went to grab the table, and I went up and I ordered. I bring the tray over, and she always looks to make sure we get charged right for the receipt. Mm-hmm. And she looks at it, and she looks up at me, and she goes, "Smile." She just starts smiling. I'm like, "What?" She goes, "You know, they gave you a senior discount." I'm like, "Wait, I didn't ask for any senior discount."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that just happened to me.
I get the question down here. What did you used to do?
Yeah,
what did you used
to do? Right.
I still do it.
I went through a drive-through probably a month ago or something, and it was one of those drive-throughs, you know, where an old guy has gone back to work after he's retired, you know, for something to do. So he's working the window, and very chatty. You know, it's so funny the difference between like adults and then kids working at these places. And so we're sitting there talking a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, don't worry about it. I got your senior discount for you." He was older than me, you know, but it was just like, Thanks. You just want to strangle him, but then you're like, yeah, I saved a couple bucks, so maybe it's all right.
They give you one of these. I got you.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Got your senior discount. You're just like,
I had a doctor's appointment a couple of weeks ago, real early in the morning. And I come home, I got a big smile on my face. And my wife says, "What are you smiling about?" I said, "I was the youngest person at IHOP."
And that's saying a lot in Florida.
Yeah,
oh, that's true. Wow.
Oh, man.
Sucks. It sucks getting old, man. It does. But what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Gotta ride the wave.
It's better than dying.
Yeah, I guess that's right. That's your alternative, right? So,
Right. Better than
Yeah.
that. That's hilarious.
Take care of yourself and do the best you can and live every day. That's my motto. Just enjoy every day. Find things that bring you joy in your life and embrace those and try to avoid the nonsense and the shit that goes on in, especially in this current social media world.
I was going to say, you mean on the internet, Graham? Is
Yeah, I do. I mean,
don't read the comments.
Yeah, avoid the
comments. You got Bosch here. He's practically the lightning rod. So.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Else
That's just perception. He's a good guy.
Yeah, but we're all going to get more haters now just because he's here.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, but haters' money is just as good as lovers' money.
Right.
Please.
Right?
I had this
Exactly right. It all spends the same.
I had this one guy named Muhammad buy Pigman comics on my website, and he came back. When are you going to send them? Where are you? He was very aggressive. I said, I just gave him a refund quick because I was like, I think this guy wanted to know my basic area. That's what I probably don't know. And then he made a big huff about it online and said, this guy disrespected the customer. I'm like, I'm not gonna put myself in a position where I take a chance like that,
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
not that I give my address. I always give a PO box, but still, it's a general location.
He could be waiting for you at the post office.
Exactly. Who knows? I mean, who knows these guys? So, but he was so stupid because he was very aggressive. Where after like what am I going to get it? I was like, all right, I think this guy's potential trouble.
You got to be careful because I understand these people hold a grudge.
Yeah. I actually monetize them because I got thousands of death threats, so I put them in books called Peaceful Death Threats.
I bought that.
Yeah,
Peaceful death threats.
Peaceful death threats, because what they say is they threaten and then they tell me that Islam means peace at the end of the threat. So that's why.
Right.
It's fun, but I don't want to keep talking about that, guys. Just guys, back Graham's new collection, and we'll just get it moving a little here. It hit 21,000.
I promise, nobody will be offended in the Sunshine State book.
That's a pretty bold statement these days.
Well, you're not kidding. Actually, I take that promise back. I'm sure someone will be offended.
Because it's not edgy enough. They were offended that it wasn't edgy enough.
That is so funny, man. But you're right. You do want a contrast. You want the adventure strips. You want the fun strips and this and that. And I guess they just wanted the adult strips, right? The newspaper, Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so much. They're really not adult strips, I guess.
Right.
They're really just they're not funny.
I haven't seen what's out there. Have you guys read any of the strips these days? Have you seen them?
Do they even do them anymore in the paper?
They even do them anymore because they used to be really good. I mean,
I wonder what on X, but that's it.
What was the last successful syndicated strip? Zits, maybe?
Yeah. I'm just thinking way back in terms of the Milton Caniff and also even the Spider-Man one with Stan Lee, Jim Shooter, and John Buscema.
Yeah. The Spider-Man strip, King Features told me, was the last successful continuity strip.
Wow.
That was sold.
Wow.
It was beautiful. I mean,
that was 1979
to I believe it went up to 81. I think with Romita at least 80 to 81. I believe it was because I got the artist edition, and they're going to release the entire thing into a slipcase in 4 different volumes.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it'll be starting soon on Kickstarter.
Huh.
And someone, I don't know who exactly, but they're going to crowdfund it and release it through there. It looks beautiful. It looks just beautiful, man. I mean, Jeremy Senior inked most of them.
Yeah.
And some other inkers popped in, but Jim Shooter supposedly was the silent partner. I think he did the plots and Stanley did the dialogue, and then John Romita drew it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Roy Thomas eventually took that part over.
Okay.
Plotting,
Right.
and probably doing most of the writing too.
They had a Conan strip too for a while, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yep. And a Hulk one too.
The Hulk
That's
one.
right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
I remember that one as well. Yeah.
I forget who drew the Hulk.
I don't know. There's one Instagram place that has the comic strip for Spider-Man. Then they have the Hulk after. I couldn't tell the artist. I couldn't tell who it was. A pretty solid artist. I mean, he drew him well. I just don't remember who it was. But yeah, those strips.
Oh, it was Larry Lieber.
Is that right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Larry Lieber, I think, that drew the Hulk.
Okay.
The Hulk
It
strip.
looked good. It looked good.
Now, we didn't get the Conan in our newspaper, our local paper, and we had Spider-Man,
I
the
don't know.
Romita stuff, the Spider-Man strip, but we never had the Conan. And I wonder if that just did not have the mass appeal, or if it was too violent, or I'm just curious. I don't know, because I hardly ever. Buscema drew that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did John Buscema drew the Conan comic strip?
Yeah, in
Wow.
the beginning. In the beginning. And then I think Ernie Chan took it over.
Incredible.
Right.
That is incredible. I know that Buscema and Kirby used to make fun of Romita because he took it so seriously. The comic strip, he put everything into it. They said, "Come on, just get it out there. Don't worry, And whereas Romita was impeccable with every line he made, just gorgeous, gorgeous art. So I'm curious to look at the Buscema Conan strip. I didn't know that. Wow.
They
I
have
don't know if they
some
did a
printing in
collection of
one
that stuff.
treasury.
I don't
They
think
got
so. I don't think it ran very long.
Yeah, maybe that's what. Maybe it just didn't stick. That's why I never got to my paper, because it never was around long enough to.
It only ran a few years.
Maybe
Because when you
just a
think
couple
about
years.
it, everything about Conan you can't do in Daily Strip. Everything that appeals about that.
Yeah,
story
exactly.
Right,
doesn't
that's
really
what I was
fit.
kind of curious about.
You're right. Plunging that sword into people. I don't think so.
Yeah,
No.
half naked women.
Exactly.
Right.
Casual sex.
I'll tell you that, as
Right.
a kid, that's the strip I wanted to read, though.
There you go.
I wanted to share this strip here because we were talking about social media, and this particular strip was my answer to it. And actually, you're one of the characters in this, Chuck.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So it's called To Tweet or Not to Tweet, and Dink, who is the tech person, and Mel, who has nothing to do with it. He says, "I've created a Twitter account for you, Mel. Why? You're too insulated. You need to connect with the world. Okay, what should I say? Say something about yourself. What do you like? I like apple pie. Perfect. We'll add a hashtag so more people will see it. I like hashtag apple pie. Look, you're already getting comments. Cool. JCN says, who eats apple pie anymore? Hashtag loser. Chuck Dixon replying to MT Gator, only an idiot would choose apple over cherry pie. Kathy S, apples have feelings too. Hashtag fruit killer. Missy N replying to MT Gator, why not add bacon to completely cart your arteries? Hashtag non-healthy. And why do I want a Twitter account again? To connect with the world? And then the last panel is, that is not the world I want to be connected to.
Exactly. That's so funny. That is so true, though. That's why it's so funny. I posted just one time. I posted a tweet, and this wasn't that long ago. It was right during tax time. I said, is there anything worse than doing your taxes? That's what I tweeted. And of course, everybody told me what was worse. I'm in a wheelchair. How can you mock me for? That was literally a tweet.
Somebody actually said that?
Said, yeah, being handicap's worse than doing your taxes. Count your blessings. And I'm just like, you guys got to be kidding me. And it just went, I finally deleted the tweet. I was like, this isn't worth it.
Oh, man, if I had known that, Aaron, I'd have worked some of that into the strip.
Oh, my God. It was insane. Everybody told me how their life was so worse than mine. And all I could do is complain about Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't doing taxes. It was paying bills. I said, because I hate doing that every month. You know, that first month rolls around, you got to pay all your bills, right? And it takes up time, and I hate doing it. So I just said, is there anything worse than paying bills every month? And it was obviously hyperbole. It was just a joke. And these people,
it's a turn of phrase, and it's just something
It
people
was-
say.
Yeah.
unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
But it does have its value. I mean, it still has its value. You send your stuff out there, you know, you send your links, but yeah, when it comes to other stuff, you just post something relatively innocent and you get a deluge of, you know,
Yeah.
mad responses.
Yep. I just learned post art, and that's all I post anymore. It's just art. If they don't like it, fine, but at least they can't.
This strip did trigger me because I hate cherry pie.
I love cherry pie, so we're
I
gonna have
love-
a
no
problem,
problem.
Chuck. We're gonna.
I
have a
love
problem.
just about any fruit pie. I love cherry. I love apple.
That's a good point. Pie is pretty awesome, actually. I'm much more a pie guy than a cake guy. I have to admit.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I would take it. I would take a pie over a cake.
Speaking of comic strips, I don't know if I mentioned that it was Milton Caniff and Noel Sickles doing a Bruce Lee one. Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah, they were writing and drawing it. They pitched it, and King Features eventually just didn't take it on.
Oh,
But
wow.
it was a beautifully done. I got a little something here. I'll just show you quick. It's a little look at it. Let me just show you quick. Sorry, because I had this Noel Sickles book because Noel Sickles was a Toth's favorite, hands down. When it came,
Was Noel Sickles still alive?
this is in the 70s. In the 70s,
Oh wow!
and that's Noel Sickles' studies of Bruce Lee.
Wow.
my
Wow!
Yeah, look at that.
God.
Beautiful. And then here's the actual strip. And I don't know who did what, but they did ghost each other at times. So that's the actual strip that they made. Bruce Lee. And
Wow.
pretty wild, man. Pretty
Holy
wild.
cow!
That would
And
have been awesome.
yeah, to turn those masters down, who the hell was in charge? I don't know. But these guys were just
So what year was that pitch, Bosh?
in the 70s, I believe. In the 70s. It must have been maybe right after he died. I will look at it exactly when.
Because
1977, actually.
77.
1977. Character studies for the proposed 1977 Bruce Lee strip. Yep.
Okay. Well, I could
Wow.
see. I know why it got turned down because at that point, continuity strips just weren't selling.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man one got sold in 77 because it had name recognition, because he was already a popular character in comics,
Right.
and Marvel could produce it,
Bruce Lee
Whereas
was
the Bruce Lee one, to be honest, it looks great, but it does look old-fashioned.
Yeah, it does. Definitely
Yeah.
does.
Yeah,
It didn't look like it was done. Like if Neil Adams had done that in
Right.
1977, it might be
True.
maybe a better shot at it, but
But still, I'm looking through the book and I see that. I'm like, wow, these masters doing Bruce Lee. I love Bruce Lee. I love those guys. So what a mix. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Really.
Great.
how's the story?
It's
Did
just,
you read it?
I read the whole thing a while back. I don't remember too much, to be honest. So maybe maybe it wasn't that great. Maybe now I'm in sympathy with the those in charge. No, I'm joking.
I think I saw a mysterious Asian femme fatale. So
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I was standing in front of the mirror with the.
Exactly. They did have that, and then they looked like they had some of what. If you remember the one show that Bruce Lee was on, what was it called? With a blind guy, he was teaching him how to fight.
Longstreet.
Longstreet. It looks like they're doing a little something along those lines as well, which is interesting.
Well, that was a TV show that Bruce Lee was in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the actor who was in Planet of the Apes, the second movie.
James Franciscus.
James Franciscus.
Right.
And it was Bruce Lee, and he was teaching him, and it was pretty cool because it was really, it was Bruce Lee, just teaching his student on the show. So he was really playing himself in a lot of ways.
Huh.
And he was great. He was great in there.
Is that the one where James Franciscus is blind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teaches him how to fight as a blind man.
Yeah.
It was like Daredevil.
Yeah.
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 And he could have played him. I mean, if you look at the actor, he could have played Daredevil big time.
Yeah, actually, he could.
Wow. Yeah, the look.
Yeah, he was a good-looking guy, James
He was.
Franciscus.
Good actor.
Not a big guy, but
No. But Bruce Lee was also pretty small. I mean, he was a powerful.
Oh!
Excellent.
21.
Woo!
Excellent. Congrats.
Nice.
Very nice.
Excellent.
David,
Well done,
David
guys.
says, "Come on, guys, those are rookie numbers. Let's go. Pump them up."
Yeah, Brohawk says, bestest of the mighty chat. Let's pump Graham's numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Let's go.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta duck out.
Chuck,
Alrighty, Chuck. Hey,
good seeing
thanks,
you,
buddy. Thanks for helping out. Always
I hope
great
I
seeing
did.
you.
All right, talk to you soon.
Yep.
take care, man.
Only the artists remain.
Finally, we got rid of that wordy
writer.
Yeah.
So, what do you think there was anything particular that spelled the demise of the adventure strip, or do you think it was, like TV or something like that? Maybe made the episodic adventure strips less interesting, and then because you saw they almost got completely wiped out, then replaced with humor strips.
Yeah.
Well, the main reason for that was the shrinkage of the real estate on the comic page. They had to keep shrinking these panels down. So, which is why you started to see even the humor strips proportions changing, giant heads, little bodies, so that you could fit them into these squares and they'd still be recognizable.
Right. Without all the detail that they would have in the older strip. Interesting.
Yeah, and then an adventure strip, just can't survive in that postage stamp format.
Right, and they put a lot of work in the backgrounds, everything.
Yeah, it was funny that Prince Valiant lasted, but it only was a Sunday strip.
Yeah,
it was no longer daily. It was just you get that big Sunday strip,
right?
And that was it.
Well, even that, they would cut it up. Like those were drawn in what was called the tabloid format, like full page. And when Hal Foster was doing it, it was bigger than it. It was almost like 22 by 30 or something like that.
Wow.
His originals were gigantic.
Yeah,
they were really big. They would cut the original art along a seam line, fold it to ship it and to photograph it because it wouldn't fit under the photographer's stat machine, to photograph to make the plates.
Incredible.
But then the papers would decide what format they want to put it in, which is why Sundays always have what's called the drop-off tab. It's 3 tiers, and then the top tier with the logo on it, you can't have any plot that is you can't have anything that's moving the plot along in that. It has to be recap because a lot of papers will cut that right off. And so all the meat and potatoes have to be down below that.
I gotcha.
Do you know that was usual, the large sheets, or he just did that? Hal Foster, other artists maybe work smaller?
Oh yeah, a lot of artists work smaller.
Well, I know Mark Schultz was writing and Gary Gianni was doing that, and that was in the 90s, 2000s. They were still doing that strip. Of course, you guys
it's still being published. Tom Yates does it.
Really now?
Yeah,
Yates is doing it. It's still. But I mean, are these things actually appearing in newspaper, or are they all online syndicates now?
No, they're in newspapers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. If there's what newspapers are left, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and some of them, like Prince Valiant, translate really well in overseas. Just like the Phantom. The Phantom is hardly in any papers over here, but it translates well in other countries.
Is it still being published like new or just old?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you were drawing it not that long ago, weren't you, Graham?
Yeah, I drew it from 2000 to 2006, I think.
I guess it was a while ago, but it doesn't seem like it.
Have those been collected, Graham, by chance?
Yeah. What's the name of that company?
Because the Phantom's a cool character, man. A great.
Oh yeah.
It's very popular in Australia for some reason.
It's huge in Australia, huge in India, huge in the Denmark, Norway, Sweden.
Interesting. Kind of like Spam is popular in Hawaii.
Who is?
Spam.
Oh,
For some
an
strange
island, all their meat has to come in a can.
Speaking of comic strips, guys, in terms of, I mean, you got Roy Crane, Noel Sickles, Milton Caniff, right? And you have those are the ones that Toth, I think, held up above all, right? So he took that sensibility.
Thanks, JDC.
He took the sensibility of comic strip art and took that into comics, with that high contrast.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful backgrounds, the drapery, the beautiful rich inking. I think that's what Toth brought into comics more than anyone else. And he loved those guys. I mean, his top is from Noel Sickles to Milton Caniff, I think Roy Crane, and then what was it, Robert Fawcett and some others.
Mm-hmm.
He had like a top 10 list. But I think Toth did bring some of that. And then from that, I think Romita was inspired by all of them. And I remember when we mentioned Toth, he said he had Toth in his studio at one point in his career just to have him in his studio. He just wanted Toth there, no matter what he did. He just wanted.
Who did? Who wanted him?
Romita. He had him in his studio just to have him there. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
It's amazing how Toth just gets. I mean, he's like an artist, I get, and not really a fan artist.
Yeah.
How a guy that's so revered by other artists, and yet, I mean, he worked in comics. It wasn't like he was, but it's just no one ever really got it.
No long run. He didn't stick to a particular character. He had a few issues here and there. Every so often, he did one issue of X-Men number 10. He I think did it under the roughs of Kirby. Only one issue and left.
Oh yes, Yeah,
with a Juggernaut, I believe. And then DC, he did a Flash story. He did a few things in the 80s actually. Green Lantern, Superman, Batman, the crossover. I think it was World's Finest. And then he did, of course, Hanna-Barbera. But then he did it, his final thing, which I have the artist edition, the Bravo for Adventure, which is a beautiful piece of work.
Oh, I love that.
It's just, it's a stunning piece, man. That's his love letter, I think, to the old adventure strips.
Oh, yeah, and his love of Errol Flynn.
Oh, yeah, true. That was his model for that. So funny, him and I think Gil Kane almost got into a fist fight because Gil Kane said something that Errol Flynn had a big nose. And I just got a real kick out of that. That they almost got into a fist fight over that. That just makes me laugh, man.
Toth is like, how dare you?
This coming from Gil Kane, who had a nose job.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Gil Kane trashed Toth, I think, with Gary Groth in this one interview where he was like saying that Toth said something horrific about the Japanese in World War II. And Toth came back, in the letters page and just ripped Gil Kane a new one. Because he talked a lot of shit, Gil Kane. He really did.
Yeah.
And Toth did not appreciate it at all. I just love Toth's attitude. His whole, if you read the interviews that he has, it's beautiful stuff, man. The way he expresses himself, how harsh he is to himself and others.
Mm-hmm.
Not just others. He was harsh to himself as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It's like,
if you're going to be that much of an a-hole, you got to be rough on yourself.
You have to be. You better be good too, and you better be good.
Yeah.
Look at his Batman drawing. I've never seen this one.
Yeah, I think that was in the Outlaw book that ended up coming out. The Darren McNeil, I think it's the one that had all the Hanna-Barbera, but a guy got him, I guess, illegally. He made copies of copies.
Okay.
Right.
And and that book went up, a few $100 at least, I think, available online.
It's interesting. You erase those ears off of Batman. You got Space Ghost.
Yeah, that's right. And it's funny you said it because I think the people at Hanna-Barbera told Toth, we want this new character and use this as a model, Adam West. So that's how Space Ghost came about.
Did you ever see Toth's Conan?
Yeah, man, it's great stuff, man.
Yeah.
Great.
I was completely unaware of this until I think you brought it up on the Professionals, Graham, and showed us
Beautiful stuff.
he had done this.
That he has.
Yeah, look at some of these, man.
I mean, I was like, holy shit! I had no idea he did these, and he did like at least 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah,
and they published them as covers as well.
Look at this one here. Look at the weight on that rock.
It is amazing what pinups appeared on the inside front covers of those magazines.
Yeah,
It's
the
very
front-
unexpected sometimes. You
Yeah,
almost have to own every single one of them to catch all the great pieces, because
absolutely.
it wasn't like there wasn't fanfare. Oh, Toth does a pinup on the inside of this, or writes and did a Solomon Kane here. You got to check it out, or whatever. You got the magazine and flipped it open. You're like, whoa, look at this.
He's done quite a few of these. Look at this. There's 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 9.
If you could pull that one up with all the swords, it's just really beautifully done, and he added some nice detail.
Oh yeah.
It's just
This one here?
no, the one it's with all the swords at the bottom.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. Savage sort of corner, I guess. So it was from Marvel, okay.
Yeah. All these were for the, I think, frontispieces and pinups in Savage Sword.
Yeah.
I'm not big on this one. I have to say,
I love it.
Conan's body language is a little effeminate there.
Well, the woman's over there. I think he's looking over at her. She's trying to threaten him. And
I see what you're saying. The design on this though is really, really good.
Yeah, the design is great. Look at this one here.
Yeah.
Look at that shit. What are those guys?
Conan's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I got this one piece of Toth that I made. Look, let me show you guys. One second.
I never would have pictured Toth as like a Conan artist,
No, me neither. But I'm surprisingly in love with this stuff.
Yeah.
This one's really designy too. Look at this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I guess technically it could be illegal. I don't know, but this is a stunner, and I just made a print of it. I didn't sell it or anything. It's just myself. This piece was called Contemporary Pictorial Literature. Check it out, man. Look at.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at this. To me, it's just, I don't know. You got these alien ships hovering over the.
Look at that Roy Crane water technique there.
Yeah, I know.
Little gray in there. Could be some kind of what do you call it? Like a
craft tent, maybe
something, right?
Yeah.
Or zip.
Look at the elegance of those ships just flying overhead. Underneath, you see a little difference on the underneath, and
the design of it is so great. All that black, and then just right up there in the corner.
And then also just him, the way he put the letters even here, CPL number 11, issue 11. I think Bob Layton or someone else published it at the time.
Is it like a fanzine or something?
Yeah, it was 1974.
Oh my gosh.
And it's just, it's gorgeous. And I just had to have it because it just, I don't know. It starts to be cold every time I see it.
Wow. So where'd you get it? Did you create that and have it framed and stuff, or
I got the canvas at one place. I just had as high an image as I can get online and just did it just myself.
What a great graphic for your wall.
I mean, it really is, man. It's something that, again, every time I walk by, I look at it for at least 2 or 3 seconds.
I believe it.
Yeah. It's just a stunner. It's so beautiful done. And again, the elegance of these ships hovering over the way they are. And I don't know. It's a stunner.
Oh, my birthday's in March, Bosch. FYI.
That's right.
I'm not.
Well, he was
not saying anything, but
Toth really was about design and graphic design, and it's. I guess that gets underappreciated because we're always looking at detail and always looking at other things, and then you see something that's just all about spatial relationship and white and chiaroscuro, if you will. Yeah. And it's really, it's like you appreciate the artwork, but then you got to appreciate the intellect that created it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? That who would think to do that? And
he was not like a deadline guy because he didn't do a monthly. He just didn't do that. So he had a little bit of time, I think, than his contemporaries to sit back and think and send it out there. And I don't know. I just wished he did more work, but I'm just appreciative of the work that they did do, because he got these beautiful collections. I don't know if you guys have them. The Genius Illustrated, Genius Isolated, the Genius Animated. Those huge hundreds of pages of books. They're like hardcovers, and they were released a number of years ago. And he was like 20 years ago, or even 30 years ago, he was the first artist, I think, to have these beautiful hardcover editions of his work published, more so than the other artists. I think because, again, of the graphic nature of it, it's something that's completely different than his contemporaries. And even when he was doing Creepy and Eerie, you read the letters page, right? Who the hell is this? This is crap, man. This guy put in the work that the other guys put in. You know, they were trashing him.
Yeah.
And you look at that, I'm like, I'm offended, and I got to laugh at the same time because it's so stupid.
Well, it's still the same today. You know, people are the, you know, they think that you're paying by the line, you know, and that they're getting a real deal when there's all kinds of detail and
right,
you know, and shit in there when it's
exploit that. Like,
I'm sorry?
more lines, you know, some artists exploit that, meaning more lines at the convention, meaning, you know, lines.
Right.
More lines means more lines.
But there's something to that, because it's like, to me, that's just busy work, you know?
Yes.
And sometimes for legitimate, authentic, you know, detail, sure, absolutely. Cars, you know, you can't skimp on that. Buildings stuff, fine. But when it comes to faces, you want to keep them pretty bare, especially women, you know? You don't want to busy it up too much. But
well, it's like Roy Crane said, you know, take everything out of your drawing that doesn't tell the story.
Yeah.
And with what's left, draw the hell out of it.
Absolutely. And Toth also echoed that as well. Draw the hell out of what's left.
Yep.
And that's what he did, you know. And Toth, you know, surprisingly, like, there was this, what was the character? He was like a time traveling hero, and he put in a lot of work in there, and it was more detail than he normally had. And it was stunning. And I don't resent that either. It's like people say, well, he was trying to placate. I don't know what he was doing, but I just know that it looked beautiful. But that was a rare thing for him to put a more detail than he normally did. But man, he was good from day one. I mean, you look at our work, even in the 50s, what he was doing, it was pretty extraordinary. Yeah, look at this stuff.
Here's an example of Roy Crane. You know, there's no extraneous background. You're focused on the figures. Look at the body language on Sweeney there as he's using the pipe cutter.
I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And that woman's face is beautiful, simple as hell.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to busy it up. And the nice balance of black and white, and nice.
Yep.
And then
beautiful.
He had the black, I guess, a cross hatching in there, more or less, line work instead of the gray, because he did have the gray work as well, which was.
Yeah, this is a Sunday, so he didn't use craft tint on the Sundays.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And the Sundays were about Roscoe Sweeney, his flight engineer back in the war, and his buddy.
I mean,
here's another one. Look at this.
He was like, wasn't he the first big? I mean, the one that from him came Milton Kniff and Noel Siggles, didn't they?
Yes.
He was the one who basically set the stage. This is the standard of the adventure strip. I mean,
he was before Hal Foster.
This is work.
You know, look at this. I mean, we were talking about this earlier before you guys were on the show, but look at the balance here and how your eye is drawn directly to this little raft.
That's right.
You know, you can feel those waves.
Yeah.
You know, this one here, where now the raft is down in the swell of the wave, and they're silhouetted by the blackness of it.
And then the foam there, just beautifully done, man.
Yeah.
And he was a real great cartoonist when it came to faces also.
Yeah.
Great cartoons.
And look at this, you know, he uses the craft tint to create the waves in the background there, so that you got this great sense of depth.
Yeah. Movement also.
Beautiful. Yeah. Isn't that awesome?
I mean, he was a master. I mean, absolute master.
Yeah. He's just a very quiet scene. Talking head scene, but I mean, look at how Christie is framed here.
Yes,
that panel just pops.
It really does. And you know, he didn't put too much work in it, which you don't need. Just keep it.
Not a lot of stuff back there. You know, he's got the frame on the wall just to tell you there's a window back there.
The nice perspective there, yeah.
Yeah, this one here with all the African stuff. Again, there's nothing extraneous here. This is telling you the story. It's telling you where they're at. It's interesting to look at, and it's not overly rendered.
Beautiful.
Beautifully drawn chairs. These chairs, they're not easy to draw.
No.
But he referenced them.
Yes,
you know,
for sure.
Same thing here.
Everything that he draws looks authentic, and then he exaggerates the faces, which is great. It's just pretty unique because the old guys didn't really do that. They were a little more representational. He went a little more cartoony when it came to expressions and stuff.
Oh yeah,
which is really different because you know what? It's funny. It's less realistic, but more lifelike. You know, it has that real life quality to it.
Yeah,
man, he's a master.
Yeah, I mean, these characters of Buzz and Christy are basically the models for Mac and Duke from Monster Island, and their relationship. I mean, the writing of the relationship is so great.
Man, and he wrote it and did everything. Yeah, it's just. I guess he had some artists who filled in stuff. I mean, I know some. Yeah.
He had guys like do the dailies after the mid to late 40s, and then he had a writer that he worked with as well. But you know, he still had his hand in a lot of the stuff. You could see.
Yeah, he established it. Yeah, he established incredible style, just beautiful stuff, man.
Yeah,
and again, it has that. It's very beautiful, but it has a little rough edge to it as well. You know, a little rough line, a little like scratchy, which is awesome.
Yeah,
you don't be too slick.
Right. But there's great body language.
Yeah, it's interesting how art sort of transitioned from this period to what we consider more modern, and it especially in comic books. We were talking about how Toth was sort of largely ignored by the fan base, and it's interesting that people that read comics or regular readers of comics, and then you take someone who's never read comics, right? If you show, and that's the difference, right? You show Barry Smith Conan to someone who doesn't read comics, and they're going to go, "This is horrible. I don't get it." And then you show them Buscema, and they'll go, "Yeah, this is great," because it looks like, you know, like more real and more what they think stuff should look like.
Right.
And the more exaggerated you get in comics, the more willing the comic reader is to accept that, the cartoony or however you want to, you know. And so the stuff that's more oddball and unusual can grab a comics reader, or the hyper detail, right? Where you show it to someone who doesn't get, they'll go, "This is so busy, I can't tell what's going on."
Right.
The comic reader will accept it. Whereas the average person who's the normie, I guess you call it, right? They want something that, oh, you know, Alan Davis, they get Alan Davis. Arthur Adams, they may not get Arthur Adams.
Interesting.
But that's really true.
And our eyes are used to that. We know, because we've been across all these guys, from John Byrne to this whole Michael Golden and that whole, you know, detailed artist thing, where we can appreciate it. But yeah, maybe the average person looks at that and says, "Yeah, I'd rather have that guy who's a little more simple and direct."
Well, the thing too about Roy Crane is that, you know, his audience was newspapers, so that was the everyman. That was these were not niche people. This was, everybody was reading this stuff. And if you'll notice, when you look at his work, he always tells his story from the human point of view.
Right.
The camera is always at human eye level, and they're always interesting, and that makes it immersive. Because you as a reader are drawn into the story because it's told from your perspective. That's
very true. Yeah. He didn't go into the high shot. No. You know, myself, I've been doing this because I got a lot of talking heads in my current project. So I feel a necessity to actually go a little more, to make it a little more exciting. Low angles, high angles, you know, back and I guess the silhouettes and whatnot. But yeah, I can see that here. And it's funny because it's an adventure strip, and you would think he will want to enhance a little more, push a little more. But you're right; he's basically it's pretty much set, you know.
Well, even in action page, let's say like this is still a human point of view. Because we're up there on the roofs with these people.
With them, right? Yeah, and we are too, so that's okay.
Yeah, and this gets back to what I just said. I talked to a fine artist. We were talking about, you know, when I was taking painting classes and stuff like that. And I was a comic book guy, and you know, we were talking about, like, just say if you're going to do Western art, I'm like, I don't understand why people don't take Western art and interject more dynamics and more, you know, excitement into the artwork. And I was saying, you know, if I had like a pioneer on a raft going down a river, I would do this low angle thing with the waves crashing around us and the guy coming right at you. And he's like, "No, absolutely not." He goes, "People will not pay for that. They want to be back, like Graham's talking about. You can see the raft, you can see the guy, you see the layout and the scene, and they don't want to be pulled into it like a comic book reader does. And they're two different things. And that's, again, the eyes of the average normie and the eyes of a comic book reader. And they're very different and can be different.
Right. The audience was the everyday person just reading a newspaper here. It wasn't these
Right.
guys who've been exposed to comic books and the exciting panels and whatnot.
Right.
Man, that's an interesting perspective to look at, because it's true. You know, even this in the faraway distance there, it's still right within our eye.
This story here, except for the bird's eye view of the raft, there is told from the water.
Mm.
You know, you are the person in the water.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh man, the balance of black and white is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And the grays, he made the most use of it, because sometimes it doesn't work for certain artists, but this, he just makes it look just, I don't know.
Yeah.
The water's fantastic. The effects, the way he did the water with all that black and certain highlights just in areas, you know, and some white, some gray, like that aerial shot above the raft. I love that sort of circular water pattern.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
sort of
That's what
surrounding
Toth
the
was
raft.
doing in that piece that Boss shared.
Yeah. Yeah.
Foam.
That same type of thing. It's
Beautiful foam.
just beautiful water foam. And then he would, when it's in motion, he'll take the razor blade and chop it up, you know. I got a Roy crane on my wall right here.
Really?
Yep.
How long ago did you get that?
Back in the early 90s, I traded a Detective Comics cover for it.
Wow.
Wow. Was it that expensive that you had to give up a Batman cover to get it?
It was a fair trade, I thought. You know, I mean, the Batman covers were brand new, so they weren't worth a ton yet.
Right. Right.
You know?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess that's probably true.
Want me to pull it off the wall? You want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss this stuff, but I mean, I just got in it, you know, it was at the tail end of all this stuff when I was young, but I always loved the adventure strips. I always did, but it's that love of comics too. I'm sure that fed into that.
Oh, wow. I've seen this. Look at that.
Look at that bomb being dropped right there.
Look how well it's drawn also, that bomb.
What's cool is that this is during the war. So this is a wartime one when Buzz and Sweeney were still in the service.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And that, I guess, razor to get that little look from the explosion. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
so it's got crane water foam. It's got a wartime bomb, and it's got Buzz and Sweeney trapped together.
And he knew enough to make basically the water white on the left of the bomb and the water black on the right, just to make sure that the black bomb actually, you know, gets better, more of a white highlight. Beautiful.
It also gives you more depth too.
Yeah,
you know, it looks like that water's further off in the distance. So
and the bomb looks like a heavy thing about to drop, and then plus the body language there, and
and
the rough
and the phrase. Let's see, say do something. And do you aim to stay here like a sitting duck, you clabberhead?
That's a beautiful page, bro.
I love it.
I remember seeing some, and this was at a Philadelphia show back in the early to mid 90s. Some art dealer had Mac Rayboy, Flash Gordon dailies.
Oh, no kidding.
They're between $600 and $800 a piece. And of course, I didn't make that much at the show, but I was just like going, oh, so well drawn, you know, because Mac Rayboy was quite a draftsman.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, you had Williamson doing, I think, some of those things as well. The Secret Agent X, is that what it was? With
art? It was the 60s, right? Was he doing? Was it 60s?
Probably. I know that they look great. I know that.
Yeah.
Oh, Williamson?
Yeah.
Doing Secret Agent X9?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the 70s. Oh, I mean, 70s? I think he started in the late 60s, but he went into the 70s. And he did that with Archie Goodwin up until the time they moved on to do Star Wars.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then George Evans, I think, took it over.
George Evans was really good. People don't remember, but he was really good. His EC work was top notch.
What do you guys think about Leonard Starr?
Oh, amazing.
I mean, it really was. And then even though the Andy strip that they did beautifully drawn, and then he had the whole different thing with what was it, Apartment 5?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you're thinking that was Alex Kotsky.
Okay, well,
who did Apartment 3G? He had Backstage.
Backstage. That's with Leonard Starr, right? Backstage.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Toth was also good. I mean, I got this. I got a number of these strips in my files on my iPad. Well, on my I guess photos, and a lot of these artists which I didn't even know about. But every time I saw them, I said, okay, I got to keep putting them here because I just love looking through it. Just to appreciate the art of these guys. There was a British artist also. I forgot his name, but a stunning design. Like he did similar to like Al Williamson with the thin lines across the page, up and down. I could just maybe while I'm here, I'm going to try to see if I can find it and let you guys know what I'm talking about here. You might know him, you might not, but
well, I liked Frazetta's Johnny Comet strips as well.
Oh yeah, it's great stuff, man. Beautifully drawn, great movement on the body, and I'm just going to try to find this guy. Sorry.
Yeah, Stan Drake was great.
Yeah.
Drake, Kotsky, and Starr were, I think, the three best of those soap opera strips.
Soap opera strips. That's right. That's what they were. Absolutely right.
Well, then these were in comics, not comic strips. But we talked about this before on the Professionals. But Frazetta's work on the romance comics is probably his best comic book work. This stuff's just unbelievably good. You know
who? Sorry.
Frazetta's work on romance comics in the 50s.
He did romance comics as well.
Freaking awesome!
Wow,
just incredible. And Russ Cochran did a reprint of them called it wasn't called True Romance. What was it called? I got it over there someplace.
Trying to find this artist. I can't really find it. I got a whole load here, but yeah, I have a list here of some of the guys we just mentioned here. Stan Drake, Leonard Starr, Mary Perkins also on stage, right?
On stage with Mary Perkins. Yeah. That's the
beautiful stuff. I mean, the shadow, the lighting, the on point characters, consistent throughout the entire thing. Just beautiful stuff, man. And the color stuff was great too. And I'm assuming these guys did it all, or did they have some guys that inking and stuff? Do you know that?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know. I don't think Starr did.
What a line he had.
Well, speaking of newspaper stuff, it brings to mind the quality of the artwork was. I always thought it was incredible that Eisner was able to package the Spirit into its own little newspaper comic that was inserted into the newspapers back then. I don't know if it was just a Sunday thing. It probably wasn't a daily thing, right? It had to probably be like a Sunday insert.
Yeah, it was a Sunday, yeah.
And it's just like, how did he pull that off?
True, man. I mean, he was
I'm not just selling you a strip. I'm selling you an entire insert newspaper comic book of the Spirit. Right. I mean, that's
a page on there, right?
How did he get paid for that? Because obviously it had to be printed, stapled, collated, and then inserted into the newspaper.
He must have had syndicate behind. That must have been part of something. Don't you think that he maybe had I don't know for sure if he had a syndicate behind him or if he was just doing that on his own.
When you say the syndicate, do you mean the crime lords behind the comic strips?
Yeah, exactly.
About that, I did hear.
That's exactly what I mean. Maybe like King or somebody like that. I mean, because the newspapers would have. It's not like he printed them up and shipped them to the newspapers. The newspapers would have printed them just like they would have with the regular comic strips. And it just seems like that's such. I don't know how prevalent it was. Like how many papers actually carried those. I mean, it might have been just like the New York area or the metropolitan area had those. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it was a widely distributed thing. I think it was, not regional perhaps, but it didn't have a ton of presence.
But still, but he had to have gotten. I mean, it had to have been the New York, New Jersey, Boston.
I know he was in the New York Daily. I think it was the Daily News. There was a bunch of papers back then. There was the Mirror, there was the News, there was the Times, there was the Post.
Yeah, God, it was.
There's like 5 or 6. And then there was even some smaller papers in the city.
Man, I give the guy credit for. I mean, it's just like he had the ball.
But also, he took it really. He was serious about it, whereas some of his contemporaries thought it would just bowl over and that's it. It's just a temporary. Like even Romita was like, "Oh, this is gonna collapse any moment." Whereas Eisner said, "This is serious art. We're gonna make the most of it here." And he was like that his entire life, and you could tell by the work he did.
I went to my first Reuben Awards in 2000, and it was down in West Palm Beach, and the comic book award was being given, and Will Eisner was the presenter, and so the guy announces, and here to present the best comic book is Will Eisner, and Will Eisner comes out, and the band on the stage starts playing the Batman theme, no Batman. And all of these stuck-up strip cartoonists are laughing and giggling and smirking, and the political cartoonists and all that kind of stuff. And Eisner got up there and castigated them. You know? Yeah, he got up there and he says, "Oh yeah, we're all having a good time tonight, and we're having a little joke here about this. But let me tell you something: the art in the graphic novel section is where it's at. It's better than anything. And you guys need to show it more respect."
He would like that, and he's like one of the greatest role models for what a cartoonist I think should be ultimately. The way he did the graphic novels for decades at that point. He was doing like one every 2 years for a long time after his first one. And again, the seriousness with which he brought to it, his attitude about it, and the books they wrote about it, I just think he's an incredible role model.
Oh, I agree. He never looked down at it.
Never.
He thought it was a serious art form and should be treated as such.
Yep. And he was incredible with his innovation, with the designs they did. Even in the later work after the Spirit, you could tell it was like, wow, look at the movement on these pages.
Yeah. He got a lot looser, but a lot less blacks,
Yeah.
What was the name of that graphic novel, the first one he did?
Contract with God?
Contract with God. Wasn't that the very first actual graphic novel?
Technically, I think, yeah.
I think so.
I think he even coined the term as far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Marcus says that the Spirit was in 20 papers.
Oh, there you go. Marcus knows stuff.
Yeah.
And he also said that it wasn't just the Spirit, it was Lady Luck by Bob Powell, along with a strip by Lou Fine. So that he was using guys in the Eisner studio, because the Eisner studio used to feed Quality Comics. That was and they did all the work for Quality back in the 40s. And so he must have utilized those guys as well for doing this newspaper strip, which would have been about the same time, I would guess, right? That they were doing this stuff in the in comic books. But he had quite a studio, man. Lou Fine, Reed Crandall, Bob Powell,
Mort Meskin.
Jack Cole was in there too, I think.
Mort Meskin.
Yeah.
Jack Cole.
And they were producing some good stuff. I mean,
Jack Cole,
way better than anybody else was at that period of time, except for maybe C.C. Beck. It was the only, and Mac Rayboy were the only other two guys that could compare to what they were putting out.
Well, Simon and Kirby had a studio too, so.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put them in terms of the illustration, quality of illustration these guys were putting out. I don't think.
That time, right.
They matured into. I mean, Kirby was really young.
Yeah,
and he was what, 18 or 19 when he did Captain America #1, something crazy like that.
And you look at the early FF to the older ones. I mean, we're talking about, it's a revolution the way he took off in terms of, especially when Joe Sinnott came on, gave that polish and gave something that I don't think the earlier issues did have, for Kirby at least.
It's interesting because if you look at something like Fighting American from the 50s, it's pretty Kirby-ish.
Yeah.
But then he seemed to kind of like, his first early Marvel stuff seemed really kind of rough, like he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do. Right. And then he hit stride and just boom.
That was it. When the Silver Surfer, issues came, that was a pinnacle in terms of
Yeah.
something that was like, holy. I mean, I think everyone was like, because I remember the DC used to make fun of Marvel because that was a thing. Look at the art of Marvel. Look at our art, you know. And at a certain point, they couldn't say that anymore. You got Jack Kirby at full power. You have John Romita doing the Spider-Man, which even took off even bigger after Dicko left.
Yep.
And at that point, they were like, all right, I think they got the stories and the art. We're in serious trouble. And they eventually had to bring in Marvel talent. You know what I mean? They brought in Byrne and they brought in Miller and all that.
God, by 1968, Marvel was just, well, they broke away from DC's distribution. They were just crushing them.
They were, I mean, they were just incredible.
The guys they had working for them. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
the good old days. Huh,
DC had better covers in the late 60s. You know, they
covers.
were redoing. They were reading Jack Adler. Jack Adler was coloring them and doing different things. They had some amazing covers. Look at those Nick Cardy covers.
Well, Cardy and Neil Adams were
and Kubert.
Okay, yeah, Joe, that's true. But
yeah, Infantino.
I'm always. I mean, I like Infantino, but I was always remote. I was just kind of lukewarm on him.
Me too.
They had Gil Kane early on. DC had Gil Kane early on. Did a lot of nice stuff before he jumped over to Marvel. So,
but then you got Infantino. I don't know what happened, but it's like the Star Wars stuff. Everything looked flat. Like the faces were wide and flat. I don't know what was going on. Do you guys know? His eyes.
Well, I mean, that was later in his career. That was
like in the 70s, like later 70s. Like he got thrown onto a lot of stuff, like Nova. He did like the last several issues of Nova before that got canceled. And
I think he was hacking that stuff. You know.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, in fact, because when he returned to the Flash just before they did the Crisis thing, I really liked his work on that.
Well, I know this story about.
Sorry, he came that late back, Graham.
Yeah. He was working on the Flash when they killed him.
Okay.
I
do remember that. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Aaron.
Well, I was going to say there's a creepy. Is it Creepy magazine? It was Creepy or Eerie. One of those two. I think it was Creepy, where Wrightson, just to get Infantino work, so agreed to ink him. And there's a creepy story that Infantino drew and then Wrightson inked over the top of him, and just to get Carmine work, which was very interesting to me because that must have been right after he got ousted at DC, because he was like the editor-in-chief at DC for a while, wasn't he? I mean, he was behind that Superman Spider-Man crossover, which was 75 or 76?
Six, yeah. He got canned when the implosion came. When the DC implosion happened.
What year was that? Do you remember?
78.
Yeah, it couldn't have been long after, because he started popping up at Marvel doing, freelance gigs at Marvel, like we said, Nova, for example. And I know there was other books that he just appeared on and stuff like that.
That's when Jeanette Kahn came in.
What do you guys know about this? He was at DC in some kind of editorial position, and him and Frank Miller clashed during The Dark Knight Returns. And supposedly he was removed from that. I think he was editor, and he was removed from that eventually, from what I remember reading.
Carmine?
Yeah.
So, I don't think he wasn't on staff at DC back then.
86, 87?
Because I was working at DC then.
Okay, I do remember something about him and Frank Miller clashing, supposedly in some kind of capacity work-wise. I don't know what he was doing, but I just.
Well, that was the same time as Crisis, so that was 80. What was Crisis? 85
was Dark Knight. 85 sounds Crisis, right? I think it started at 85.
85. Okay, so he was working there as an artist. So maybe Frank and him clashed in the offices, something like that.
Because Frank Miller, I think, was the first time he was working at DC in any regular capacity. I think he did covers for a Superman thing a few years before that. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking here real quick, and I don't know. I'm looking for a connection between Infantino and Frank Miller on Google, and I can't find it yet.
I remember reading it in some kind of, could have been the Comics Journal, and I got to say, looking back, Comics Journal, those are full of commies. I don't really remember.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe they were dropping some BS. I don't know. But I read it because I thought, okay, this is a serious publication supposed to, criticize comics. They were just nasty. I mean, really nasty. And they couldn't wait to trash. Like even, it was Gary Groth and Barry Wynn-Smith trashing John Buscema's How to Draw Comics Modern Way. And I was pissed. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, they were trashing it. And, and maybe the Conan thing, the competition between the Barry Wynn-Smith Conan versus John Buscema got to him. Who knows? Yeah. But,
Well, they did that a lot with the Comics Journal because they really trashed Don Heck. And they called him Don Hack. And he was like the worst. They nominated him as the worst comic artist. And yet they messed it up. What they meant was Sal Buscema.
So
who he was really not that he's going after Sal, which is a bad thing too. But it really, I mean,
Don Heck was great. I mean,
Don Heck he just wasn't a superhero artist.
No.
But he was great at war and romance and all these other sci-fi tales.
Was good. I mean, those Hulk issues in the late 300s, late 200s, like going on to issue 300 with what was it, Jerry Tolaic, if that's his name?
Talic, yeah.
That was good stuff, man. That was good stuff, and he was really good at that point. But Talic really did a great job of bringing some life into those. Exactly, because he could be stiff, but Sal, and he made him, I don't know, a little more like his brother, a little more, natural, the movement.
He brought that Filipino flair.
It was good, and at the time I didn't like it, but looking back, I'm like, that was pretty damn good because and you also inked John Buscema in a Daredevil story that Frank Miller wrote, where Daredevil was just walking through a New Jersey town with the corrupt cops. I don't know if you guys remember that. He didn't turn Daredevil at all.
John Buscema drew it and Talic inked it?
Yeah, and Frank Miller wrote it. Daredevil, it could have been 219, I think 200. Issue 219, I believe. It's really good. It's worth reading. And the art's great. And Tolaic, Tolaic.
I think it's Talic.
He had the similar quality that he gave to Sal. And
interesting.
It's just good stuff. If you haven't seen it, the cover is drawn by Frank Miller. It's a cop with his glasses and a reflection of Matt Murdock who's bloodied. He goes, "We got a dirty town and we like it that way." Something like that. Something along those lines.
And what number do you think it is?
I think it's 219, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
I'll look it up here.
If only we had a machine.
We could type this information into it. It would give us.
One day, guys. One day. Okay. Daredevil 219. Badlands. Yeah. Badlands. And the cover, he says, the dirty cop says, he goes, "We got a nasty, rotten little town here, stranger, and we aim to keep it that way." And John Buscema, what an interesting mix. You got Frank Miller, John Buscema, and then that great inker. And it was just something that Miller just came in and left. It was like, I think Denny O'Neil was writing Daredevil, Dave Mazzucchelli was drawing it, and it was a fill-in issue. And talk about a fill-in issue. Usually they're not that great. Here you got Frank Miller coming back with John Buscema. Like, holy shit, that was a big deal.
I am unaware of that.
Yeah.
Where the hell? Shoot, I got to find that book.
Yeah, Daredevil 219, Badlands, it's called, and it's a Matt Murdock dressed with like a cop hat, sunglasses. He doesn't become Daredevil at all. He doesn't say one word in the entire story either. Matt Murdock, not a word.
Who did that cover? Is it Miller?
Yeah, Miller penciled and inked it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it's this dirty cop telling him he loves the dirty town. He ain't gonna mess it up for him.
"We got a nasty, rotten little town here, stranger, and we aim to keep it there."
And there was something about there was a guy in town who was a good man, and everyone this Matt Murdock reminds them of that good guy, meaning we don't want that. We want this town to be filthy. We don't want anyone coming in and cleaning up. And good stuff, man. There's a little redemption there for one character, and really dirty family also. Who the mother's in charge of these real thugs. It's worth reading, and worth check out the art for, because it's something again. Frank Miller and John Buscema, it's awesome.
Well, it's interesting how like Buscema or other artists might just show up as a fill-in someplace, like in an odd, like Howard the Duck #3, John Buscema drew, and it's hard to think of Howard the Duck by Buscema, but it's one of the best. I love his take on Howard the Duck, and it's a great issue.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
The Master of Quack Fu or something like that.
Yeah,
but it's issue 3, and he just came in, did issue 3 because Bruner did the first 2, and then Gene Colan took over with 4. But Buscema goes in there and does the 3rd issue and nails it. It's just like, you wouldn't think Buscema doing Howard the Duck, but it's a really great issue, or great looking issue. I guess
he just did it so well. It's like I don't know. You never saw him really. It was effortless looking. It really was. Everything about his storytelling, about his anatomy, the movement, the gestures.
Yeah.
Just natural quality, and at the same time, it was heroic as hell. So it wasn't just naturalistic; it was heroic as hell. Even though that's good, even though
he was able to incorporate those Kirby dynamics into his more naturalistic style. I guess.
Look at his early stuff, like the Hulk. It wasn't that good, man. Just to be blunt, it wasn't. He did some early Hulk issues, and then I think Stan Lee was trying to impose on him. Look, check this out from Kirby, and brought it out to the point where, I guess, he surpassed Kirby at that point. He became the Marvel artist. Yeah. At one point, and then Kirby, of course, left to DC.
Yeah, Buscema was the guy after, because Romita had sort of moved into art director role and wasn't doing as much.
He did
Buscema was like the guy, man. He was doing FF, he was doing Avengers, he was doing Thor.
And Romita did, like, I think the 2 issues of the FF after Kirby left, and that was
right.
Yep. I think it was like, no, man, I'm out. It's hilarious.
I love those Romita FFs.
They're beautiful. I mean, and it's clearly he's trying to transition from Kirby.
Yeah.
But he has his beautiful look, polished. Yeah. And I would love for it to have continued, but then you got John Buscema coming in. So it was like, all right, that's not a big drop,
Yeah.
Well, funny thing with Romita was drawing Daredevil, and then when Ditko left Spider-Man, they moved over to Spider-Man. He didn't want to do it.
No, he didn't want to either. He said he loved Daredevil.
Yeah,
loved it.
You look at those early ones like 39 and 40. Romita's inking with a pen. He's trying to emulate that Ditko style.
But then within 3 or 4 issues, you saw that it came so fast, that look that he gave him, that perfect look of the lines. The line work, the nose line, the mouth line on the mask to give it a human look. Everything about it is like a very short period. It's like, wow. I mean, because you would imagine that would take a little longer. It took 3 or 4 issues, I think, for him to become like this. And again, then Spider-Man took off to new heights even. Yep. Because everyone looked beautiful. I mean, all the characters looked like movie stars.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he had this polishing about him also, and this energy that he had. Yeah, that I think he was picking up from, because if you guys remember when he did Daredevil, I think the layouts were done by Kirby, the first issue at least.
Yes.
And even when Daredevil was changing into his costume, boom, put on the glove. And it was funny to see Romita like that, because that's not necessarily his style, at least.
Yeah.
But
I really liked when Romita was inking Gil Kane on those Spider-Man.
Yeah.
The 70s, or mid 70s, early 70s.
Romita really,
Andrew,
he ironed out Kane.
Yeah,
big time. Because then you saw when Romita didn't ink it, you saw the issues that it's like, okay, Romita really made it look beautiful.
Yeah,
that guy made everyone look perfect. When he inked Buscema on those romance comics. Stuff, man. You got these 2 master artists, and also Romita just made the women look a little more beautiful than Buscema usually did.
Yeah, he did a great job inking Gene Colan too.
Romita.
Yeah.
In what though? Because I don't remember him inking.
When did he ink Colan?
He inked. I think it was a romance story.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, those Marvel romance books get overlooked because the print run on them was so limited, but there was a lot of that. Buscema, Romita, Gene Colan.
Toth also did those, I think, for DC or some other company for years also. And they were great too. I mean, There's something about the soap opera stuff that these guys do, and Toth actually enjoyed it because they forced him to try to be as interesting as he could,
right?
With these talking heads, more or less.
Yeah, it's funny, those issues, the Buscema and Romita issues of like Modern Love and whatever the other one, they are expensive and they're super hard to find. And when you find them, people, they want a premium for those books.
Yeah, they're that good. It's beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
Check this out. This is Doctor Strange.
Wow. Now I haven't seen this, man. Look at
I haven't not either. What issue is this, Graham?
Interesting.
I'll have to go back and check.
Because Colin could get a little loose at times. It looks like just polished
him in. But he still kept the Gene Colinism.
Look at that. Look at that.
Exactly right. You could tell that that's Colin still.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really nice.
Wow. Do you know which issue this is?
I'll go back and check.
Look at those faces. Look at the Clea in the first panel. Wow. Look how nice that face is.
Yeah.
Man, and you know what? Romita said that he was inking in pen for a while, but he did 2 issues, I think, of Amazing Spider-Man that he was trying to do a throwback to Milton Caniff style. And
yeah.
He used a brush. I think we mentioned we talked about it the old day, and where
number 7.
That's number 7. Wow.
Yep, 1975.
Wow.
I might have that. I'm gonna have to go back and check. I didn't realize.
Well, you won't be able to read it because it'll be slabbed. So
I don't look at. I have like 70 slabbed books out of like 1,500. Okay, getting a bad rap here.
Beautiful stuff, man.
Wow. Yeah.
So is that the first? Wait a minute. Bruner, I think, did the first 6 issues. So this might have been a transitional issue where they just. How about that? Yeah, there's My Love and Modern Romance and all that stuff. Did you ever remember seeing any of those on the newsstand? I don't.
No.
And that was right during my period, 25 centers. Dedicated to the fearless, fabulous females of women's lib.
Oh, brother.
Jeez.
Tales of love that could be yours.
Ugly broads.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Women's livers don't look like that anymore.
No.
They never looked like that then.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like, don't draw them that way, It's too beautiful. It's like Stan Lee tried to get Romita to draw the characters less beautiful. And he said, I can't. He goes, all right, that's it, He was even drawing Aunt May pretty attractive,
Good old back in the days when Aunt May was hot.
That's right. But
I never understood why Aunt May was so old.
he had that look, the Romita, though. I mean, I have the 50s Captain America. You can see little hints of it also. Like, okay, it's a little rough here, but where he's headed.
Yeah.
Just beautiful stuff, man. Just absolutely gorgeous. And to me, the ideal Spider-Man art would have been penciled by Ditko, inked by Romita. I would have loved to have seen that mix because you got these 2 top artists of Spider-Man. You have the quirkiness of Ditko, and then you have the polish of Romita. I thought
interesting. That would have been
because myself, whenever I think about the perfect ideal Spider-Man artist, that's the artist, Ditko, inked by Romita, and that's why I keep mine, even when I draw it or doodle it.
Mm-hmm. The whole strip changed when Ditko left. It became, you can make the analogy that it's Archie, Veronica, and Betty.
Yeah.
With the Peter Parker aspects of it, for sure.
Those first 30 issues, to me, that's Spider-Man. That is perfect. And then you have, to me, the second best run is Roger Stern and John Romita Jr. in the 80s. And unfortunately, Romita Jr. kept getting a different inker almost every issue, except for Jim Mooney did the first 10 or 12.
Yeah, Mooney was on him for a long time.
And then Romita Sr. actually inked a few issues, and they looked, just beautiful. And, and then they also brought back the black on the costume by issue 241 because it was missing for like years at that point. It was just light blue red, and then Romita added the black, and it looked even better.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
More graphic looking. They did more graphic stuff with it.
Absolutely.
Because it play off against the red webbing and all that.
And then when Romita inked that was the first time I think Romita drew the Spider-Man with the black and red because he drew it for years with light blue. Check it out. It's issue 241. It was a 2-parter with I think the Vulture. And Roger, great. I mean, he wrote like an alpha Spider-Man. He made him really powerful.
Yeah.
and funny, generally funny.
Yeah.
Also smart. You know, he used his smarts in there a lot. So
Yeah, Spider-Man got depowered when Romita came on.
Yeah,
you know, like all of a sudden the Man Mountain Marco is giving Spider-Man a run. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like, all right, I know Kingpin's big, but Spider-Man can knock him out cold or kill him with one punch.
right. Yeah, even the Kingpin, yeah.
I never got that. I was like, what the hell? Kingpin?
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's got a proportionate strength of a spider, you know. You should be able to lift cars.
He can lift 10 tons. That's the power base. And, you know, he could jump, I guess, 40 feet.
Right.
He has a spider sense. He can stick to walls. He's a powerful guy.
Yeah, super fast.
I wonder if they ran into kind of a Superman conundrum with him. It was like, this is too hard to write because he's too strong. We can, because some of those storylines were fantastic.
Oh,
like
man.
that Stone Tablet one where Silvermane, that was like a 4-parter or whatever it was. It just a great story.
The Magia.
Yeah, the Magia, right? Not the Mafia. The Magia.
They don't have the Mafia in the Marvel universe. We have the Magia.
Yeah.
The Magia.
Silver.
Magia.
What was his name? Silver.
It was Silvermane.
Silvermane.
Yes, Silvermane. Sorry.
Silvermane. Yeah.
And you got the other guy who came in later. The guy with the turned up nose like a skull.
Gray. Stone. Somebody. Or...
Yeah, with a rough voice, like a low voice. I forgot his name, man.
Well, what are we talking? Are you talking about
flat top, big guy?
Yeah. That was much later though. That was Sal and doing Spectacular Spider-Man. I think.
Okay, so that late. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What was that guy's name? Not Graveyard, but it was
Gravemaster?
Tombstone.
Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Yep.
Now, for some reason, when they brought him back, John Romita Jr. drew him. He looks like a black guy with white skin, with a wide nose, and without the turned up like skull nose. And I was like, that was a pretty cool look for the bad guy with a turned up nose.
Yeah.
He also was friends with Robbie Robertson when they were young. He had something on him, you know, which was interesting.
Yeah, I was out by that period of time, and I mean, I remember I still bought it because I had like practically every issue of Spider-Man, so I just felt the need to keep going. But I wasn't reading them regularly again until probably when they killed the Hobgoblin back around, what was that, 281 or 280, something like in that neighborhood. And I started reading again. Then McFarlane came on the scene, and it was like, what is this? You know. Did
you guys read the Roger Stern written, Ron Friends drawn about the Hobgoblin, when the actual Hobgoblin?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like that because to me it's like he's the one who started it, and I'm glad that he was able to finish it. And even now, Roderick Kingsley is still out there. You know, he just in a recent run, I think recently he came back, and there was something about him I liked. He was like he's a derivative character, fine, but he was a little smarter, a little more ruthless, and he wasn't crazy. You know, he was like a real criminal. I mean, a real criminal, and he had a hard on for Spider-Man in the way that I think somebody else didn't. And I just visually also, he looked cool as hell. The colors of the suit. Romita always made one eye bigger than the other.
Yeah, it was an interesting take on carrying on the Green Goblin legacy, but actually making it a new character that still had the appeal of the Green Goblin, but like you said, had differences to it. And he was an extremely popular character in the 80s.
He really was. I mean, and that first issue where he was where he debuted, Romita Sr. inked it, you know, and Roger Stern wrote it, and John Romita Jr. drew it, and it was beautiful.
That was J.R. Jr. drew that first one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh,
he did
Stern's a good writer. He's very underrated.
Really underrated. I mean, he did a Great Avengers. He did a Spider-Man. He
brought Captain America back from the rich hippie years, and
John Byrne and Roger Stern did that run. And also he did what did he do? He did the Hulk and Superman. If you guys read that with Steve Rude, have you seen?
Yeah.
That's someplace.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I've got that.
Rude's
selling the cover to that right now.
He what?
He's selling the cover.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How much is he asking?
35,000.
Wow.
I don't know if he'll get it, but that's.
Well, he had an offer for 45.
Oh, really?
The offer fell through, and so he put it up for sale and knocked the price down to 35.
Mm. It's a beautiful cover.
I hope he gets it. It's a great
Yeah.
cover, yeah.
It's good. It's a good comic too. I mean, really, really well done on all levels.
Yeah.
Fun. And then you got that Hulk versus Batman comic, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
Oh yeah. That one's sort of a hot mess. Nice.
It is, man. The star is the art. I mean, that Jose
Yeah.
Luis Lopez just went off. You know, he made the most of it.
Yeah. That the Superman Spider-Man that Jim Shooter wrote's terrible.
Well, the second one.
Yeah, the second one, yeah. Buscema just
Buscema.
phoned it in.
And a lot of inkers on there. A lot. It was Terry Austin, Klaus Janson, Dick Giordano, other ones. It was like a whole load of inkers.
Yeah, but just on the backgrounds, all the figures are done by Joe Sinnott.
Huh.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I just picked that up because I skipped over it when it came out. I remember I got the first one that Ross Andrew did with all the Neil Adams corrections.
Oh yeah, those are great.
But I'd never looked at the John Buscema. I just picked it up seriously at a show like a couple months ago, flipped through it, and I went, okay, this isn't very good.
It's almost like Shooter did the layouts, you know, with all his stuff, you know, his square panels, nothing comes out of the panel. And then John just said, okay, it's a paycheck. And he just did it, you know. That splash is terrible. Back view of Spider-Man with that.
Yeah. Right.
It's sitting right here. Let me.
The best part is like the Hulk fight.
Yeah, with Superman. Yeah.
Because you could tell that he was having a fun time drawing the Hulk.
Right.
But he didn't do a good Superman.
There it is right there.
Yeah.
In really nice condition. I hate to open it up, but
You must.
if I bend it wrong, I won't be in near mint anymore.
Marcus mentions the Avengers from Roger Stern. Remember the one, the Masters of Evil storyline that he wrote? That was great, man. That was great.
Yeah.
Roger Stern. The way they really hit the Avengers hard. I mean, big time.
That is the worst splash page ever.
Well, yeah, it's terrible.
What the hell, man? It's like John Buscema. Are you kidding me?
I know you're like, dude, this is a Spider-Man. This is a big deal, and that's your splash page?
That is not how you draw comics the Marvel way.
No, come on now.
You know what?
John,
Hold
what
on.
are you doing?
He was drawing for DC, guys. Come on, give him a break. You know, he was drawing for DC, so he wanted to undermine it, right?
Yeah. He was doing the distinguished competition layouts.
I
Take care of them, guys.
I like his Superman though.
Oh yeah.
It's all right.
Very regal, you know, very noble.
Superman's a very difficult character to draw good.
Yes.
Yeah. I like that. I liked it with the Hulk, you know.
Yeah, the Hulk stuff's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, these layouts are just kind of like
Yeah.
not what you're necessarily looking for, but
The best Buscema Spider-Man is when he took over for Ramita.
Yeah.
78, 79. When they did the Lizard story right after the tablet story.
That's
yes.
right. Then you have the Moody ink in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ramita did the layouts.
Yes.
So Spidey was still very Spidey-like, but you know.
I love this middle panel right here.
Yeah.
Just look at Clark Kent's posture.
Yeah. That's pure Buscema. Nobody else could do that. Nobody else did that. Yeah. Something about it, man. Just the whole natural heroic quality still.
Yeah. And the way he draws men in suits, that's great.
Yeah. There was so many money shots though in that first Spider-Man Superman thing. And this one is just, you know, 6 panels.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the money shots?
It just seems like a large comic, whereas the other one seemed like an event.
Yeah. From that cover also, that cover that Ross Andrew drew was beautiful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that was a Carmine Infantino sketch.
Wow. Yeah. He designed that, right?
Yep.
Excellent.
And I think Neil Adams went in there and touched it up as well. At least touched up Superman, didn't he? I mean, on that cover. It's pretty much a Neil Adams face on the first Superman.
I mean, it's Giordano inked it, so it could still be.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I mean, this is solid, but it's not spectacular.
Yeah.
You'd think for something like this, they would have really tried to knock it out of the park. But at least it's, you know, it's like near mint condition. So what are you gonna do?
That's a cool cover, at least. I mean, I think Buscema probably penciled it and someone painted it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that Fassler and Larson? Maybe is
No,
that?
I think it's Bob Larkin.
Oh, you might be. Yeah, that's probably right.
Pretty damn good. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
I like the cover, but that first cover that for the first part that was
Oh
fantastic,
yeah, that's iconic.
with that Empire State Building and all the detail in there, and
Yeah.
and
I like the sketches on the back cover
Yeah.
inside back cover that show you the ones they didn't choose. And
Right.
you can see why.
the same thing with I think Jose Luis Garcia Lopez for the Hulk one. They showed like 4 different versions.
Yeah. I love to look at stuff like that and get the thinking process behind the creation.
Oh,
There
man.
we go.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, that looks like a Neil Adams face to me.
yeah, it does. It does. You said there were a lot of corrections, Graham, from Neil Adams on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neil went in and I'll show you. This doggone thing, I think the glue came off on the spine on this.
Whoa.
Ticks me off. So yeah, look at that. The interior just came loose.
And the back cover was
Sad.
done by Romita, at least the Spider-Man one, the Spider-Man mask.
I mean, look at this. You open up with this.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's right. Not with the back of Spider-Man where he looks like he's on a wall almost. He looks flat.
Yeah.
Look at the depth.
This is Ross Andrew, Nick Carty, and Joe Kubert, to me, are the best guys to show a sense of space. You know, a sense of size and depth and space. Those guys were so good at that.
I read a Joe Kubert Punisher story from that Chuck Dixon wrote a little while back. Really good, man. Just fun stuff, man.
Oh yeah.
He made a very rough looking Punisher.
Look at these layouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting, man.
That where he's diving into the ocean. That's such a great panel right there.
Yeah.
And
And this big machine thing over here.
Spider-Man was, I guess, big enough to put him up against Superman at this point. He was popular enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
He was Marvel's #1 guy.
that's right.
Then we introduced, so you get that, the way they did it is they introduced Spider-Man or Superman, then they introduced Spider-Man, right? So you got this double page spread here, nice big shot of Spidey.
That's great. That's such great Ross Andrew right there.
It really is. And it's also like a casual, look for Spider-Man as opposed to a heroic thing that Superman came in. Look at that, man. Wow.
That's another Neil Adams correction on Superman.
Yep.
Great stuff, man.
Look at that. And even look at that Spider-Man. That's more work than oh Doug. Who's the Spider-Man artist? Help me out. Ross Andrew. Like, look at that arm. Somebody went in there and messed around a little bit.
Usually that's not his style. Over-rendered. Yeah, that's true.
So I got a feeling Neil went in and just like doctored a lot of stuff in this.
What was Neil's position at DC at the time? Was he art director, or was he something along those lines, or just there?
No, Giordano was the inker, and he was working at continuity, and he'd bring the pages into continuity.
And Neil just said, "Hey, let me."
Yeah, he'd leave him there, and Neil would look at it and like, "Yeah, I'm gonna." The story goes that he did it like, without telling anybody.
Well,
it looks great.
The interesting thing is, and I didn't know this, Graham, you of course did, and Bosch, you probably did as well, but I didn't know that Ross Andrew drew Superman.
Yeah.
So it's like,
good. Yeah,
it's the perfect choice then for this.
Superman, right? Both of them.
Yeah. He did the famous Double L story with that Neil Adams cover with the two L's that are on fire.
Mm-hmm. I've got that cover in near mint condition. By
That's great, man. Look at that shot. That almost been perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
This was such a great.
It was such an exciting event.
So sad because this book's expensive and mine's just falling apart, and I took care of it too. It's a sad commentary, folks.
Well, you didn't take care of it enough.
Apparently not. Well, I have to admit, I did read this. And I take these treasury editions and read them to my son when he was little. He absolutely loved them because they're so big.
Yeah. That was the appeal. I mean, we just have big images like that, which we rarely saw.
Look at that.
And again, no skimping on the backgrounds. Look at those buildings. Everything.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like you said, this was an event.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a treasury edition.
Everybody busted a hump on this. You look at how many guys are involved. Jerry Conway and
I love this one. There we go.
Yes, where Spider-Man gives us all in that one shot. He's like, "What?"
We got hit by the red sun or something, right? That didn't
Yeah.
shoot him with a red sun ray that made him strong.
Is that right? Okay,
Yep.
I forgot that. Okay, so he was a little more powerful at this point.
Right,
Yeah.
so he could fight Superman, but then it wore off and he broke his hand on Superman's gut.
Right.
He didn't break it, but he was hurt.
Oh, bad, yeah.
I love that figure see, you got to know that Neil doctored up that Superman because that's not very Ross Andrew, that Superman figure.
The musculature is too accurate.
That's right. Right. Interesting.
So, I mean, you can clearly see the stuff that's pure Andrew and stuff that somebody most likely Neil Adams messed with. Oh, look at this too.
Man,
that's where he stops the punch because he's afraid he'll kill
he
him.
Realizes that, oh my God, if I hit him, he got a little pissed off, you know.
Yeah, and then the wind from the punch or the force from that just knocked him back.
How powerful he is.
Yeah, see, this is Ross Andrew here. The Spider-Man is very Ross Andrew-y.
Right. So maybe you think Neil just touched up Superman. He was like, yeah, Spider-Man's not, that's a Marvel thing. He never really.
Look at that Superman. That is not Ross Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely Ross's figure, but but the musculature is where
right. That's what I mean. It just Spider-Man looks like it's Ross Andrew, but it looks like someone went in there and messed with Superman.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Good old Neil.
One of the goats.
Yeah, here's the page just to show it, and then we can move on. But there's where Spider-Man's punching him.
Oh yeah,
in the gut, and he's like, look at his boy.
Look at all the speed things in the different hands. You know.
Yeah, he goes, oh, I broke my hands. His hands are still aching here at the top of this page.
And even here, if you look at Ross Andrew, the line work on the mask, it looks like the Romita with the suggestion that it's a face mask, like a nose and mouth line. I loved when he did that because every time someone doesn't do that, it looks wrong to me. At this point, I'm spoiled,
Yeah, but it looks flat,
Yeah, it really does. And also, if it's too many lines, it loses the whole human, look on the face.
Mm-hmm.
Something about those lines, you know what? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to try to pull up something here and then just mention it to you here. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
You may make me small now, Graham. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry about that. Here, I'll refresh this. We'll see if we picked up any more backers. Yes.
One more. There you go.
One more. Yeah. 21,190. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Just a reminder that this campaign is closing tonight. There's no in demand. This is going to be a small print run, so very collectible because every book is signed. Plus, you can upgrade and get the remark on there, coasters with the characters, and then the next in the Compass Comics challenge coin. So it's pretty simple campaign. This was sort of a down and dirty campaign. It's 30 days in and then we're out. I'll get these files to the printer shortly after we close, and fulfillment will happen pretty quick. So take a look at some of these samples so that you can get a feel for the strip and the characters. I also have a character background here so you can, if you don't know them. If you like it, go to compasscomics.com, sign up for the subscription. It's free, and every Monday I'll be sending you a new strip. But take a look at this. If you like it, back the book, because this is a real labor of love for me.
They have the characters from Monster Island in there too.
Yeah. That's the thing is my
a little crossover.
Popeye is like the real inspiration for this strip, because Popeye would all the humor in there is character driven, and it's also he'd go on adventures, and that's what I would do with my characters here. I'd have them go to Monster Island.
That's great.
I had them on Alien Alamo at one point.
Nice.
They're always shilling for me, and I appear in the book too, or as a character, and they're always disrespecting me. So this is it's just a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun. So give it a look, and back it tonight, because that's it.
Very cool.
Closing.
Fabulous, nice hardcover to put in your bookshelf.
Oh yeah, I meant to mention. Thank you, Aaron. It's 8.5 by 11, and it's 120 pages hardcover.
Nice.
So this is going to be a nice book on your shelf. And it's appropriate for anybody. You could buy it for yourself. You could buy it for your kids or your grandkids, and you could all enjoy it. So give it a look and back it now and back it often.
Back it now or forever hold your peace.
Right.
Did you find it? Oh, here it is, Bob.
Yeah. It just I wrote this whole thing. I don't have to read it, but this is my take on the Romita. And if you notice the nose line, the mouth line, I put the nose and lips there. That to me was something that humanized the look. To me, I saw a human face there, and not just haphazard webs, just placed without any thought. And that's Romita's innovation of this, because Ditko made a brilliant design. Yeah, he just took it a little further and polished it up a little.
Yep.
And also he did something that, Aaron, you did in your drawing the old day that someone tried to criticize it. Not in a bad way. He goes, the lines always got to be facing down. I just think, aesthetically speaking, when Spider-Man's foot is there, I think the web line should be going like a cylinder towards you.
Right.
It's like a more symmetrical way to do it, more artistic way to do it. Because if you do it the way it actually is, it looks wrong to my eye.
Yep.
It looks realistic and limpy. This way it looks tight and stretched out.
If you look at Romita, he would do the webs, whether they were going up or scalloped underneath, depending on the direction that the foot or the arm was going. So he could have a foot reaching out towards you and one going back the other way.
Exactly. And change.
And the webs will go in different directions.
And
because it had described the form.
And exactly. That's what an artist does. You don't have to be bound by this reality. Like, well, if it was a real suit, who the hell gives a shit if it was a real suit? It's not. It's your chance as an artist to make it look visually interesting. And also bring a little, I don't know, it's like a stylized realism. It's not necessarily realistic, but it gives you the idea that there is like a cylinder, like a something that's there, and the lines go. It's just, I don't know.
It defines the form. It defines the shape.
Much more
whether that shape is coming towards you or going away from you.
I just love that. And even the back of the head, when he did that also, if you notice, the other artists always make the limpy lines. He went the different direction, and it looked perfect. It's like, okay, perfect. No one else did that. And again, I resent it because he did it for so long that people's like, all right, I'm still going to do this sloppy haphazard thing. And it's funny now also because everyone, Romita Jr. is still doing Spider-Man, right? On and off, he's doing, and every fill-in artist is drawing him the way Romita did, his father did. And whereas Romita's coming in, he's still trying to do the McFarlane with the big eyes and a lot of lines. And I'm like, I would love to see him return back to that classic look, because his version, he took his father's version and stylized it a little more. The eyes were a little sharper. The white of the eyes were a little bigger. His feet were bigger. His hands were bigger. He was a little more built. And I just loved his 80s version of Romita Jr. But I just want to show that because it's something about it. It was so, I always knew even as a kid, that's right. That's right. The other ones are quote unquote wrong. I know I shouldn't think that way, but that's the way I was spoiled because I'm like, man.
That's my favorite. Romita's face.
It's the best.
That's my favorite look.
It's like
Spider-Man.
And anything else looks wrong. It's like even sometimes guys put the two lines, but they put them in the wrong place. They put it way down, so it looks like his mouth is, going way down to his face. So it's not just two lines; it's where you place them.
Yeah.
That's key.
When that first Treasury edition came out, and I saw it at the magazine rack. The Treasury #1. It's got the Romita Spider-Man where he's down, and he's got the hand out towards you. That drawing is so amazing. I've tried to draw that half a dozen times as a kid.
It's one of the best ones that he's done. The most dramatic, and also just his pure Spider-Man. And
that's it. Look at that.
Look at that. And the line work and everything about it is just perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that Spider-Man and I shit my pants, man.
Yeah,
I had to have that.
Good. It's that damn good. I mean, he's just, I don't know. He's amazing. And he got better and better also. It's like, he was, I think, picking up from Kirby and from Buscema, to where he got even better. He got even more dynamic at a certain point because at first he was a little stiff compared to Ditko in the Spider-Man. More of Ditko had these quirky poses that no one else was doing at that time. Nobody.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he was perfect. And that's why Stan Lee, I think, he asked Kirby to do Spider-Man. and Kirby came back with like a Captain America type character. And then Ditko really brought a lot more to, because Stanley he just had the name, and Ditko comes up with this suit with the webs, with the eyes, with the web shooters, and unfortunately Stanley was trying to hog more credit than he should have. Even years later, that's unfortunate. And then we got this mystery about exactly why he left. People say, well, it's because the royalties for the cartoon I don't know, and Ditko never said why. So they said it was because the identity of the Green Goblin. He wanted to be a regular person. And then Stanley said, no, I want to be someone within the comic to some extent, at least, make it a little more dramatic. I think Stanley was right about that also.
Stan was definitely right about that. Yeah. If it was a nobody. Yeah.
And Ditko, always asked about things like, well, my work speaks for itself. That's fine, but I'd love to hear you, talk about it.
Well, sometimes your work is a little quiet. Yeah. Speak up.
And even those issues, it's not people assume because I follow Ayn Rand's philosophy, as did Ditko, but those Mr. A, they're tough to read sometimes, man. Oh. Because he's giving philosophy lessons in alleyways to guys. It's like these are thugs. They're not going to listen to you. You're wasting your breath. I thought that was silly.
Philosophy lessons to thugs. Sit at my knee, young man. Let me tell you the ways of the universe.
I had the honor of corresponding with him for a bit after my first book, and he was great. I mean, and also Toth, I corresponded with him as well. And these guys, I mean, they were some of the guys that just made me get into comics. And Frank Miller, also his writing is I think his writing made me say, okay, I won't be just a comic book artist. I want to be a writer and artist. And then eventually Toth became my favorite, after I discovered Toth after everyone else, after, Romita's and all that, Buscema, and looking at it, Toth at his best to me is the best. At his best, he's the best. Unbelievable stuff, man.
I love Toth.
Yeah. And his finished work to me, there's something about it. The beauty of the roughness also, he wasn't a polished guy. If you look at the even the one with about the Romans, and you just remember that one?
Yeah.
Being in there, that art in there, and the shadow. I mean, I don't know. I reviewed it the old day on my channel. It's just stunning piece of work. Just stunning. I think
we looked at some of his stuff that he did. It was a couple stories, I think, for Creepy magazine on the Bros, didn't we, Graham? And it just his layouts were just like crazy good, and then just the use of the shadow and light, and it was just really, really impressive stuff. And yet very simple, very, like you say, just draw what you need to draw and get out of the way. And it was just.
I did an article one time about because one of the things that drives me nuts about Toth is a lot of times he'll choose design over drama. And there was this one instance where it was this alien story. It was in Creepy or Eerie or something like that. And the big reveal is that the aliens pull off their face, right? And then, but he decides to show this big reveal from the point of view of the character. So his hand is up like this, and you're seeing the aliens, through his fingers. Like, so you're the eyeballs looking through. And it was it was interesting, but when I compared that to the same shot of the big reveal that John Buscema did in Savage Sword of Conan #2, where I forget what the character's name. It's from Black Colossus, where he pulls off his like mummy things, and he's got this dead, decaying face thing there, and it was like in a movie if he did that, and then the camera just went zoom,
nothing in the way.
Basically. Yeah, nothing in the way, so you could take in the ugliness, and it was so much more powerful.
I know what you mean. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if Toth would have ripped himself about that, because he did rip himself sometimes. If you saw,
sure.
Yeah. There was a Toth fans website that he was actually interacting with years ago, and he was ripping himself, left and right. It was hilarious.
Well, there's so many aspects to any comic book story as an artist, and it's like if you're totally about design, or if you're totally about one thing or other, you're going to miss moments.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's fair.
so you have to be flexible, I think,
Absolutely.
that you can change.
I think he was versatile. I think he was great at everything, but things like that, I can see that it would have been better maybe with getting the hand out there and just having the guys.
Right.
But I
Bring
think
the camera in closer,
Yeah. But some of those things here they did in Bravo for Adventure, sometimes the layouts there was just incredible, man. And the drawing also, the character, the female looks like Katharine Hepburn, the guy looks like what's his name, Errol Flynn. You had them as the set models.
Yeah.
And of course, eventually, even if you have a model, you still tend to draw it a little more loosely, so it's not necessarily exactly them. That's just the base.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing myself right now. I get like 2 or 3 different models in mind for certain characters, and no one will know who they are, but I do. And it gives me enough to at least recognize that there's something about this face on all angles that will be consistent about.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
it's
a big
good to cast your characters.
Yeah.
I think if you've got somebody in mind, that's great. Like when I drew Joe Frankenstein, the character of Joe Frankenstein is modeled after Justin Long.
Who is that? Sorry, maybe I should.
He was the nerdy kid that was in
Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest.
Yeah, Galaxy Quest is a great movie, man. I just okay, the young kid.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why him? Just for Frankenstein? Just
for the kid, for Joe Frankenstein, because he had that kind of everyman look. At the time, he was also doing those commercials for Apple computers.
Interesting.
And he seemed like the right age, and he had the right facial features, and so that's who I.
The anchor, Or not.
Send him a letter and say you got the right facial features for Frankenstein.
That's
I'll let you know.
Right.
Not the monster.
Average Joe Frankenstein, right?
Yeah.
That movie, Galaxy Quest, is great.
Oh, it's great. It's best Star Trek movie ever made.
Yep, that's the joke, right? Well, second best after Star Trek 2, right, Graham?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, somebody, Fiction Method, wrote me after our show, and he said that because I was talking about the novelization of the motion picture film.
Yeah.
He said that I should tell you've got to read the novelization of Wrath of Khan. He says it's better than the movie.
What? I don't know if I want to read it now because I don't want it to be better than the movie. But,
it's great stuff, man.
Yeah,
that's a top 5 movie all time for me. So I can't.
He loves it.
It's that good.
It's that good to me.
You take.
I just think it's the best representation of the series in a movie. And that's why I like it so much.
And bringing back Ricardo Montalban also, and he just ate it up as much as he could.
Yeah.
Oh, he chewed the scenery like a termite.
He sure did.
Well, there's that great story that the director, help me out, Graham.
Nicholas Meyer.
They said he came on and did his very first scene, and he was just huge, and everybody was like, after the take, everybody was like silent, looking around going, oh my gosh. And so Nicholas Meyer took him and put him aside, and he goes and this must have been really hard for a young director, because I think it was Nicholas Meyer's second film. And to take Ricardo Montalban aside and say, hey, who did he say? He used who's the British actor that was like
Laurence Olivier.
Olivier, yeah. And he goes, Olivier once said that if you start up here, you've got nowhere else to go for the big moments. And then he said, Montalban looked at him and said, oh, you're directing me, huh? And then he goes, that's good. I need direction. And so he brought him back down and said, save it for the big moments. Then you can go big,
Yeah.
But yeah, he was chewing on the scenery, but I loved every second of it.
It was Admiral.
Yeah.
Well,
I have done more than kill you. I have hurt you.
He didn't scream Admiral. He just said,
And I want to go on hurting you.
he goes, he tasks me. He tasks me.
I shall leave you as you left her.
Oh my God. That was really well done, though, man. I mean, it really was.
There's an old Klingon proverb.
That's right.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. It's very cold in space.
Well, the scene where the scene where Kirk is on the bridge and they've wrecked the bridge, and he wants to send him over the codes for Genesis, and they trick him, by lowering the shields and everything.
Yeah.
So there's that scene where he goes, "Time's up, Admiral," and then Kirk turns to him and goes, "Here it comes," right? And Nicholas Meyer's telling the tale that the first take, Shatner was wanted to do it like this. Here it comes. And he's going, if you do it like that, he goes, he'll know something's wrong.
Exactly.
But he wouldn't relent, because Shatner knew better, right?
Right.
So he kept doing it. So what he said he did was
hired him out.
He kept going, acting like something went wrong with the take. And so they had to keep doing it over. Oh, they blew the sound. We have to do it again. And he said they kept doing it over and over and over until Shatner got bored.
Exactly.
And said that's when he gave the best performance, where he just said,
that director is smart and he's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's too bad they left in the God.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's so cringy, man. When that happened at the theater, I was like, no.
It's give and take, Graham. It's give and take. He wanted the one line on the bridge, so he gave him the
right, Shatner, have this, Montalban, have that, but I'll have the movie in the end.
Right. Well, I still think Star Trek II is Shatner's most controlled performance out of all the movies.
It was really good, and about also the aging factor and all that, him being a little more conscious of that.
Yep.
It was just, really well done, and then of course the dramatic, end with the Spock, and also his delivery with that speech. The most human,
the most human.
Human. But man, it was great, man. And then also the fourth one was great, and I think The Undiscovered Country, is that the final of the full?
That was Nicholas Meyer returned to direct that.
Right.
That was a better one too.
That was very good.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things Nicholas Meyer adds to Star Trek that makes no sense.
You get hung up on the details sometimes, Graham, and it's just
for example, they show you the galley, okay, the kitchen, the galley, right? Mm-hmm. Well, this is a ship that's going out for 5 years, right? There's no galley on this thing. That's why they have the food processors, the replicators, to make the food. If they had to store food, spices, vegetables for 5 years on this ship, the damn thing would be humongous.
Now, wait a minute. Hang on, Graham. Are you talking about when they had the Klingons in for dinner in Star Trek VI?
Yeah, when they had the whole.
Not only that, but when they were searching for the alien, they're going through the kitchen and everything that was on the ship.
Now, hang on now. They could have gone to any planet and beamed up, stuff for a meal. Come on, Graham, give me a break.
No. They're treating Nicholas Meyer treats it like it's a naval vessel.
Yes, he does.
Instead of a spaceship.
He does. I give you that.
There's all the hubbub of them doing things like they're loading torpedoes and stuff by hand. I just don't think that's how it would be. The
overall thrust, though, he was really good at what he did. I mean, he really was. The overall thrust, I think, of the movies were great that they directed.
This is where Graham and I butt heads on this movie big time. And when they got Nicholas Meyer, he had no idea what Star Trek was. Yes. But to his credit, he went back and said he watched every episode so that he could get an idea of what the characters were and all this kind of stuff. And then, of course, he made changes that he liked, because he did turn it into, it was a sub battle is what that was.
Yeah, right.
Star Trek 2 was a sub battle, much like one of our favorite episodes from the series.
Balance of Terror.
Thank you, Balance of Terror. So I don't know. I know you didn't like the outfits either. And I
Yeah,
did.
I hate those
actually
heavy
I
outfits.
like them. I like them.
They sweat their balls off on the ship.
Just come on now. I tell you.
I like the blue pajamas. Although I wish they had just at least kept the same color scheme as the originals.
Right.
You know.
Well, that would have been nice.
New designers, each movie they wanted new action figures. I guess they take those things into consideration. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, now you pissed me off, Graham. I gotta go.
I always do. All right, we're gonna close her down, guys. It's getting late here on the East Coast, and I'm old and getting tired.
And I'm yawning. I'm like, come on, it's not even midnight here. But
Back
Did you eat dinner yet, Aaron?
I did. I made a really nice pot roast tonight, and I ate that
nice.
before I came on. So
Well done.
but maybe I'll go get some ice cream now to kind of top the evening off.
Nice.
I would too, but it's just so late. I'd probably just
Yeah, you don't want to eat that late, right?
Yeah, I don't want to eat that late.
It was a pleasure, guys. Pleasure
Hey,
talking.
Bosch, thanks for coming in. Really great to see you. Thanks
Great
for helping us
conversation,
out.
Bosch.
Everybody in the
Thank you.
chat, thank you for backing this book. We really appreciate you. It'll be up till 3 a.m. Our time.
Even though
12
we
midnight
won't be,
Aaron's
it
time.
will be.
So appreciate it if you go over there and back this thing so you can get it before it closes down. Until next time, my friends. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Bosch. Guys, have a great night.
Well,
We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
What time is it?
5:30, sir.